We're here today. We have Chief Mays coming to offer our invocation. So if you guys wouldn't mind everybody rising, and then after this, we'll say the pledge.
Thank you, Council and Mayor, for the opportunity. Thank you, City Leadership. Please pray with me. Heavenly Father, we come here today to handle the city's business, and we just ask for your grace and for your guidance for every step. Lord, no matter what role we play, whether we're staff, directors, or elected officials, or the management side of things, or, of course, the citizens, Lord, just guide us through our part of that. Lord, help us act in an honorable and just a wise way. Lord, just be with us in our dealings here and out in the world, where whatever our role is. We thank you, and we thank you most of all for Jesus, and we just, in all the ways that you bless us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. You guys will join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And the Texas flag, please. Texas.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, guys. Please be seated. You start that Texas flag off wrong, and you'll get lost real quick. Okay. This city secretary might have stepped out for a second, but earlier when we visited, she said that she didn't have anyone signed up for public comment. So if that is true, I would ask if, are we still no public comment that's been signed up? Do we have anyone here today that would care to speak on any of the items or any city business? Yes, sir. If you don't mind, you can come forward and give us your name and address.
Appreciate the opportunity, Mayor, City Council. Lewis Brown, 2802 River Birch Place, Amarillo, Texas, 79124. I just wanted to express on the notice, it has to do with the tax increase, property tax increase. It stated, and I didn't memorize it, but stated that without the measure, the city will collect the same amount of revenues as last year. But, and I may be misunderstanding this, but based on the city appraising increases in property value every year, there's a natural increase every year. So really, transparently, the request is a compound of the property taxes, not just a single increase. So it may be more transparent if the notice was updated to say you won't collect the same amount if it's left undone. You'll actually collect the increases based on the increase in property taxes, and that you wish to compound the increase by increasing the rate. Would that be accurate?
So we appreciate you addressing us here today. Let me state to that just as a matter of fact, and then Mrs. Storrs can explain in detail. There are some legal notices in the way in which we have to put this out to you. And so by the end of the meeting, the good news is we don't disagree. It's just the outcome as stated is not necessarily the outcome that we'll have by the time we vote. But Mrs. Storrs, if you don't mind, you could explain. That way we have it kind of on the record.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick clarification on that. So you are correct. So state law does dictate exactly how our notices have to be worded. It is confusing at certain times, especially when the appraised values are going up. So a couple of points of fact real quick on that. So as appraised values go up, especially in the situation that we are seeing this year, without going to a property tax election, a city council would have to pull down the tax rate. So even though it's a decrease in the tax rate, as our citizen mentioned, it is still an increase in tax revenue and overall tax increase to the citizen. So that is a correct statement. So as far as the notices that have been posted, the notice there is a state requirement. One of them is that it has to be posted at least 15 days prior to the public hearing. So in order to do that, as you all know, last Tuesday, you voted to pull down the tax rate on your first reading of your property tax ordinance. You voted for a rate that was lower than the voter approval tax rate that's posted on the notice that our citizen was referring to, which would actually decrease some of those revenues. However, since state law requires that we post them so far in advance, all of our postings have to mirror what we put in the newspaper and on the city's website. And it still allows for this council to go as high as the voter approval tax rate or to do something anywhere below that. And then one other point of note, and I think that the citizen was referring to, was there is a calculation that state requires, and it's the no new revenue rate. And so what that is as appraised values go up, it's the rate that would have to come all the way down to in order for a level amount of revenue. And again, as a reminder, City Council only has the ability to affect a portion of the total property tax bill, not the entire property tax bill. That's left for all the other taxing entities to determine through their processes.
Very, very well said. You have something there, sir?
I think a point of clarification, too, is the city does not appraise the home values. That's not our job. So we don't, and that's been brought up several times, too. And I get you're like, but I mean, that we do not do that.
Well, just to state it again, you know, tax rate is going down, tax revenue is going up. And so we do see the increase in the revenues based on appraised values and then other factors. So we're all saying it right. It does get posted in a way that is some good old-fashioned government accounting and legalese that you've got to know how to read some of what you're reading. You know, even the voter-approved tax rate doesn't necessarily mean voter approval, like we're going to go vote on it. It just means it's that increase that this body can elect to take without bringing it to you as a vote. So even that one title is fairly misleading in and of itself, just by itself. So thank you for speaking. Do we have anyone else here today? I see a hand. Yes, sir. And then Mr. Skank will get you next. If you don't mind giving us your name and if you reside in the city.
Kenneth Ratliff, former city employee, Mr. Mayor, city councilman. I'm here. I understand that I work for the city, and I was talking to the assistant city manager, Laura, and I inquired about a COLA for the retirees. I understood that it was it had to go to a vote in Austin, and it did and passed. And I applaud you for that. Thank you very much. But what it did is that get a 3% raise, and I haven't had a raise in 17 years. So what I was wanting to, you know, what good would a 3% raise do for me after 17 years? And everything inflation is just out of control right now. And I was wondering, you know, there's no approach to the retro here. There's a scale from 100 to 0, and I understand that 0 is what's been approached in this matter, that there will be no retro. And that along with a 3% raise, which will amount to a 3% raise in January, and then next year a 5% raise, and then the following year a 7% raise. Well, that's 15% raise in 3 years. That's, you know, cost of living is just out of control. To me, it would probably be $40 or $50 raise in 17 years, and that's not even a tank of gas for me. You know, so I was just wondering, is it possible for you to reconsider some sort of retro, some sort of percentage of a retro, so that it can help us out in the immediate, so that we can prepare for the long run? Because, you know, things are out of control in my household as well because of this lack of a raise. That was all I had to say. And now again, I do applaud you, gentlemen, for giving us a 3% raise.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you
very much.
It's Kenneth, right?
Yes, sir.
Kenneth, if you do have some specific questions, either our deputy or our interim city manager will be able to address those percentages to make sure that you're seeing exactly what you've got there. But as a point in matter, we have move forward with putting ourselves back in that COLA fund.
appreciate that, yes, yes.
And we're doing all we can and still having a balanced budget.
Right,
So-
I understand that. I attempted to get a meeting with one of the assistant city managers, and that was fruitless.
Okay.
Haven't been able to do that as of yet.
Mr. Freeman, would you mind grabbing his information before he leaves here today? And let us get that meeting with you.
Thank you so very much.
Yes, sir.
Mayor.
Yeah, we can explain a little bit more in detail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ratliff.
Mr. Skank, were you? Public hearing? Okay, yeah, because we're definitely not going to let you speak twice unless once is enough. Make me screw up my own pledge. Man, you start that off wrong. I'm glad we got the Tri-State Fair in town, and it's 90 degrees outside, and our attendance is lower here today, the day that I start my pledge off wrong. So, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, seeing no one else that is here to speak, and move us along into our discussion items. So item 5A is what we have here on discuss city plan upcoming meetings. We have Miss Emily Kohler coming forward to tell you some ways to engage with our city.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for giving me a little bit of time. So right now we're in the middle of our third and final round of the city plan community engagement meetings. The purpose of this round is to review the draft recommendations for the plan elements. So those include land use and community character, housing, economic development, mobility, and parks and recreation. And so during these engagement rounds, we host 2 community workshops. So we completed the first one at lunchtime today at the downtown library. We had about 50 people there and a really good cross-section of the city. And our second meeting is tonight at 6 p.m. at the Northwest Library. So I want people to know that they still have a chance to participate. And we'd encourage you to come out and help us keep refining the recommendations. Also, attendees can review and comment on the neighborhood scale map. So we've talked before about our community connector outreach. And so right now we're at 33 of 58 neighborhoods that have provided detailed feedback to us. And so we're looking for representatives for those remaining ones. Those neighborhoods are posted online. So people can go to our website, amarillo.gov/city plan to see that list. And then also I just wanted to mention, because when we presented to council last, that one of the things you had directed us to do was meet with the development community. And so that is part of what we've done during this round. We hosted a breakfast this morning with our kind of primary developers that we work with most in our office. To discuss the initial policy direction and land use recommendations. And we had excellent attendance and really great feedback. I just wanted to share, if it's okay, a few highlights from that. There was overall general support for the updated approach to future land use. Specifically, they really liked the flexibility that's being built into this new format. There is a strong interest in working with staff to create a future land use map amendment process. Everyone agreed that we need a way to make adjustments to the map over time that still fit the vision. So that was a really good outcome from that. And then they also recommended an annual engagement process with landowners to discuss their plans and how those might change over time, and what impact that might have on the map and how we could address that together. I think it was clear to me that the landowners really haven't been involved in the past planning processes, and we're very much committed to doing that in this round. And then one, I think, very interesting note is that they expressed willingness to work with staff on the infill development recommendations. But they said this has been a priority for a while for the city, and they still question the financial feasibility of whether that can be done. And so they want to work with us on those strategies, but they're really not sure what those are. And so we kind of have to prove that concept to them, I think, before we can move forward with that in the plan. So all in all, things are going really well during this round. We hope to see people tonight at 6 p.m. to still have a chance to participate. And if not, complete information is online. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Kohler, council?
None from me.
Anything on this side?
So I guess, oh, I'm sorry, did you have, so on the infill part of it, it just comes down to dollars and cents for them, that they can't find a way to do infill type projects in a profitable manner, or is it more complex than that?
No, I think that's a good high-level summary. Yeah, I think between the land acquisition and then the infrastructure costs, yeah, they're just having a hard time seeing a way to do this.
But the advantage for the city would be taking what is really low value, no value, minimal value property and being able to create something on it that is creating a much higher taxable value without raising taxes to be able to do that.
Exactly.
So it's higher and better use of that land, which is the reason why it's valuable to us. We've just got to, I guess what I'm hearing is there's a gap to be filled from an economic standpoint, and we got to figure out solutions to help fill that gap if we want to add taxable values and allow them to do something profitable. Okay, good luck. But I do think, I'm glad we're talking about infill because from a population standpoint, tax revenue standpoint, it's something that it's hopefully a puzzle we can figure out because I think we need to be able to look at ways to do that. So thank you.
We have the luxury of questions without suggestions sometimes, right? We just we'll ask and hope. But on the infill, kind of going down that, I know that as a developer, if you develop a large piece of land, all your risk, all your planning, all of that kind of gets parceled out over lots of lots that you get to sell. And so you don't necessarily have the ability to invest all that time, energy, and risk in a smaller parcel of land because you spend the same amount of time to develop 20 lots as you might 200 in planning and somewhat risk as well. So do we have any way to engage with some of our builder developers, because that's really kind of where that market rests on those infill. You don't have a traditional developer that sets aside and all he wants or she wants to do is just do the lot, and then you have buyers of those lots. So you almost have to economically be able to merge those two. Did you have anybody come to your meeting in the form of developer that would be kind of that developer builder? Where if we identify these infill, sometimes they're just too busy to know, oh, that's a good section for me to put a street in. And then do we have any way to streamline some of that so that it gets them a little further along in their process, saying if they were going to build like the same three, floor plans 3 times over and put in the street and whatnot, that it would be more economical?
Yeah, I think we definitely had some there in attendance that are interested in doing these kinds of projects. And we talked about working on almost some case studies, like finding some of these parts of our city and kind of working through it together and penciling it out. And so we're going to add that to our list of things to work on before we say that we're ready to bring this back to you.
Okay. And then my other question was just landowners. Did you had developers that came? Did you have landowners that came as well?
Yeah.
Would you be able to quantify maybe like what, either a percentage or a quantity of how many landowners are engaging in this?
Well, we invited, I would say our list was 20, and we had 17 in attendance. And this was just our, like I said, kind of our top tier, the ones we work with over and over. In the meeting, one of them said, well, we have 90% of the undeveloped land in Amarillo in this room. So I feel like it was a good representation of both our developers and landowners.
Man, that's great. I definitely know in the previous process that was something of us as a city trying to help plan for the future and not having that feedback of what do you expect the land to become one day or what would you like to see here. So that's great. I really appreciate your time and energy on this. I think this is a good direction forward for us.
Yeah, I feel the same. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
That's all we had listed on our discussion items today.
No, you got another one.
What do you,
Agenda transparency.
do I have any other
City
changes on my
council.
agenda?
You should not.
Oh, yes, it did change
That was a
since.
printed one that
Yeah.
changed after.
But this is it,
It is.
just B, that's the only one? Okay.
That is the one we
But
added.
everything else on my agenda will be correct, right?
Exactly the
Okay,
same.
making sure.
That's why we tried to go digital.
Just marching forward here. Item B, I believe we have Mr. Freeman coming forward
Yes,
here
sir.
to talk about this one.
So this was a future agenda item request from Councilmember Simpson to kind of go over our agenda process to bring the public up to speed of how agenda items even get set, how they show up on an agenda, and then maybe offer a couple of solutions that we've thought about as staff, and then get feedback from council of others we may not even be considering. So we're going to touch on the agenda process, just different various agenda item types that y'all have all become most familiar with, and then some transparency solutions. As far as the process, it is typically the mayor, city manager, and city secretary that work together to formulate that agenda the week prior before it gets posted. We've also had a policy of if we hear from 2 council members, say at a meeting for future agenda items, then that also directs it to be placed on an agenda. That's found in the City Council Governance and Ends Policy, Appendix A. As far as agenda process timing, so our current setup is agenda items, everything's got to make its full way through the process through purchasing, legal, city manager review, and be ready to go on Wednesday. We finalize the agenda Thursday through Friday, publish it Friday, and then the meeting is held Tuesday. So we have 2 meetings a month on normal meeting schedule. That's the second and fourth Tuesday. By state law, agendas must be posted at least 72 hours in advance. We actually are closer to 96 hours because we do it 4 days in advance. But that's something we can also talk about as far as more transparency. Do we try and push our schedule back to accommodate posting it sooner as a possible option? As far as agenda item types, we've got everything ranging from discussion items like we're having here, ordinances, resolutions, contracts we're entering into, purchasing items that are also basically contracts as well, interlocal agreements with other entities, grant application acceptances, and then the ceremonial things that y'all have as far as proclamations or announcements. There's also a difference between items that have to come before y'all for 1 reading versus 2, which is meaning y'all have to take action on it twice. The main ones that have to have it taken twice are the ordinances. So those are the ones like your budget, changing a law on the books, public hearing requirements, the annual budget tax rate process, and some of those zoning readings are another example that require 2 readings as an ordinance. We usually have the first reading on non-consent. That's where you get a presentation. And then the next meeting, you see it shift over to consent because council and the public are already familiar with it. And that's typically only if it's unanimously approved. If we have no votes, we usually keep it off so y'all can continue that discussion and dialogue moving forward. All other action items require only 1 vote by council. And then depending on the nature of the item, whether a public hearing is required or maybe it's a significant amount, that determines whether it's on the consent or non-consent. And that's between the mayor and the city manager to kind of get a feel of where it should fall, whether it really needs to have more of a presentation or if it's more routine matter, then it can stay on the consent agenda. As far as potential transparency solutions, we've worked on developing a rolling agenda with our new software. As far as departments getting to basically plug everything in over the next 6 months, they can kind of start mapping out some of those routine things. It won't catch all things because we get future agenda item requests or there's just something going on in the community that a discussion item needs to be added. But if it's a purchasing item, contract, some kind of discussion that we know we're going to have, or an annual report, we can map those out and have a good idea of what's coming up in the future. And then that gives council and staff really a plan ahead as far as what's upcoming. And then we can have feedback and discussions to kind of know where things might land on the agenda. Here's just an example of one. So this shows 4 different meeting dates, and we've got it broken out: discussion items, consent items, non-consent, and really we just kind of map them out. The way the software works, staff is also going to have the ability to go in there and they can go ahead and pre-enter everything they would have on it for a regular agenda item, and then city secretary can actually plug and place that on the agenda it needs to go to when it's ready, so they're not having to do double the work. So it's really a time saver as well. And then the second one we want to talk about is an opportunity that's allowed in state law. That's an exception to the Open Meetings Act as far as having a public message board that's specifically for city council and city staff only to be able to have discussions without calling a meeting, because it's all public record, it's all online, the public gets to see how y'all are communicating, so it meets the Open Meetings Act's requirements. It gives council a way to communicate openly with each other, and again, it's in accordance with that act. So as far as what's required, you can only have one message board. Only the city council and staff can post on it. It has to be prominently displayed on the website and not more than one click away, so they only have to click once to find it. Communications must remain online for at least 30 days, so you can't archive it any sooner than that. And then you still have to maintain it for 6 years after removal, because it's all open records eligible as far as what's posted on there. And then the governmental body may not vote or take any action by communication on that message board. So it's really just opportunity to ask questions, or even to say if you are planning on making an amendment on something, you can actually share that ahead of time so everybody's kind of up to speed. What's the motion language look like? What kind of questions y'all might have for staff? And that way we can kind of work on that ahead of time. Here's just an example. City of Austin is one of those. We found one in San Marcos as well, that some of these cities have started using it. Here's a list of some that you could just go click in right now. They ask for a tourism PID update, budget priorities, just talking about the council meeting schedule. So there's not really a limit on what you can communicate, just that you can't take action on that board. This one right here is just questions, 7 different questions someone had on, I believe this was tiny homes and RVs, and some of the short-term rental regulations they were discussing. So they could just lay these out, staff has access to it, can answer it, and then all council can go in there and benefit from those questions being asked without us having to call each individual council member and ask and answer questions. This is another example focused on budget priorities, talking about what they were hearing from the community, and then just saying this particular council member said, I plan on making these 3 different amendments to the budget. So it was all open and available for discussion between the council members and staff. So those are the 2 that we wanted to bring to your attention and get some feedback on. We're happy to answer any questions or also take any other suggestions that y'all might have.
Probably a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Anyone want to go first?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I guess one of my main questions is, I mean, as far as the cost to do that, I mean, do we already have stuff in place to where we can actually feasibly do this?
Yes, so the rolling agenda is already part of our software, and then as far as adding the message board to our website, we've already been kind of playing around with some options, and it's very low cost. Message boards have been around for decades, so it's kind of low tech as far as our website's concerned. It's just really making sure the access is only to council and staff is really the main tweak we would have to have.
So, go ahead.
And just so, I may have missed it, but will the public be able to get on there and comment as well?
They do not comment. They can read through it. Okay. So basically, like being here and listening to y'all's discussion, it's similar, just an electronic, but without that public hearing portion of it, or public comment portion.
Okay. That was my question.
So then they would have to email you all directly, blind copy all council if they wanted to provide feedback. They'd still have that tool at their disposal.
So it's literally a way for us to discuss things out in public.
Ahead of time.
And still meets the Texas Open Meetings Act.
Yes, sir.
Okay, which would be great because efficiency is lost.
It gives you more time between meetings to be able to still get on the same page and have discussions.
Right. Okay. And there's no, I guess a quorum is met or not met, or?
It's just assumed quorum because all 5 of you are on at any time. It's just open to everybody. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like a posted meeting. It's just always accessible.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Les.
Yeah, so again, kind of one of the reasons why I brought this up, I looked at last week's agenda, which came out on a Friday, and I may be off, but it had more than 20 items that we were to approve that following Tuesday that had not been before this board before, and really had not been, maybe in some ways, but really the council and the public found out, it met the 72 plus hours, which is a minimum. I understand that. I guess my thing is, what can we do simplistically so that it's important for the council, obviously for us, but to me it's more important for the public to be able to, because if somebody finds out about an item on Friday and then for whatever reason they want to come speak about it or they want to come to the meeting but they can't rearrange their schedule or those types of things on items where we're taking action on, it just seems to me that taking actions with not a whole lot of lead time is so let me phrase it another way. If we said every item that we consider is going to have come before the council twice, no matter what right now ordinances are required to do that.
Correct.
Would there be any exceptions that you think we should make to that are really should not require that? And what would be the downfalls or the potential of slowing things down if we said, we want to have, for the public and for ourselves to have 2 times, maybe 1 time for informational purposes, the next time to vote, maybe, we could decide whether it goes in consent, but tell me kind of what the pros and cons are of that.
The main con would just be timing. We just have to build our schedule to accommodate that from the purchasing contract standpoint, because the only deadlines we would have as far as the bid's only good for this amount of time, or we need to execute a contract before another one expires, but that all just needs pre-planning, so it wouldn't be the end of the world to do that. In the past, I didn't mention it in the earlier slides, but if it's something we've never talked about from like an ordinance standpoint or something that's brought forward from future agenda items, typically we do have a discussion item on those major things, and then we have action at a future meeting, but it's the ones that are the more ongoing costs, supplies, some of those that you've approved in the annual budget, but of course, like you mentioned, they don't see it except that one time. But if council wants to see things, a discussion first, or at least a list of upcoming, that is an option. On the message board, it's an option. The rolling agenda, we would just need to find a way to share that with the public. They could go to the message board. We could also just put a preview of upcoming items that we know are on the agenda that are not confidential. We couldn't really share executive session items or anything that's added last minute. They just have to know it's subject to change until it's posted. But that would get more information out there as far as what to expect, with at least a high-level summary of the item.
And when you say, the items that come back before us for approval have to be 50,000 and over, correct? So although we've approved the budget, those line items have to come back for additional approval for that.
Right.
So I understand that we have approved it.
That's right.
But
it's a big budget.
Yes, we don't go through every
Yes.
line item to be
Correct.
able to do that.
Correct.
Well, I don't know. To me, I understand the rolling part of it, and maybe yes, we can, or having the discussion thing. I just would want to make sure that we don't, human nature is we'll take as much time until we absolutely have a deadline to do something and then get it done.
Yeah.
And I just, I really would like to see ways where, things that are going to take action that the public is giving more, awareness of, as well as council, to be able to do our due diligence on these things. So, I don't know if anybody else has any other thoughts or questions on that and how we can do it. I don't want to bog the system down, but I think, for items we're going to take action on, I think a little bit more, either 2 times on the budget or 2 times on the agenda, or more headway would be preferable, I think.
Okay. Anything from, no? So I think for me, I want to make sure we keep them as, you presented 2 potential options here. Councilman Simpson brought up another one, like just almost like a mandatory 2 readings on everything, which would just be, going back through everything and pushing it out another 2 weeks. So I do see some pros and some cons with that. The pro to all of this is that we want as much interaction with our community as we can get, and we don't like surprises when we're up here. We know y'all don't like it when you're out there, especially with your schedules. Well, I couldn't go to that meeting, so I didn't get to talk, or it looked like you guys had already made your mind up before you ever came out, that kind of thing. And so in working towards this, I think all of this goes towards like having a better relationship, during our meetings with all of our citizens. But the complexities of still running a government and an entity like this, I guess one thing that I would think of is kind of the comprehensive side. So in an effort to be more transparent and show everyone, hey, here's what's coming 4 weeks from now, let's say there's an item that comes up, during the week, and Councilman Simpson says, hey, I need that on next week's agenda. Well, now you feel slighted because you didn't have 3 weeks, and it may be something that's pertinent, maybe a wastewater treatment plant, or something like, well, we just got the bids back and I want to take action on that now. Or, we have a bid timing or whatever the issue may be. So how would you work around the comprehensive nature of that? Because like we want to put it all out there when we know it's coming, but do we have a disclaimer where we know it's not a comprehensive discussion and something could still come up? And then do we kind of hear that from our citizens or constituents when they're coming up saying, hey, well, this just came up Friday?
Yeah, and I think you would probably have those exceptions in there. It's either an emergency purchase item or something that can't wait. But I think, speaking to Councilmember Simpson's goal, I think it's moving the needle back to those should be the rarity that we are acting on the first reading, and maybe we push more to we can plan this out. But yeah, I think there's always going to be things that could come up that we've got to get this on and take action on it. But if we have this message board or for publicizing items, we can still try and get the word out at least a little bit ahead of time compared to just waiting for the agenda to post.
Okay. Yeah. I'm also looking at these as not necessarily both. So you don't necessarily have to have a messenger board or a message board and a rolling agenda. You could do one and then bring the other in or pick between the two. Do you see this somewhat as both, like you would do the messenger board and you would do the rolling agenda in order to really accomplish this?
I think so. They just offer two different things. The rolling agenda is just kind of a snapshot that we would share or post on the website somewhere, but the message board gives that added benefit of them being able to see y'all have conversations ahead of time, knowing you're still going to ask questions at the meeting because not everybody's checking the message board, but at least gives you a chance to do your due diligence ahead of a meeting. So I could see the benefit of both.
Do you see any benefit in having one or the other? Like, do we see there's enough cons like that with the rolling agenda may be hard, but we might accomplish the same thing with a messenger board? Or what do you see in with like Austin?
We would be using the rolling agenda regardless if we publicize it. Staff's going to start using it. It's just whether council also wants it to be a piece for y'all to share. We found the benefit already of planning stuff out more in advance, so we're not seeing things last minute as well.
So really the rolling agenda we feel like would help us all.
It's a planning tool.
And then, for us, we would just want kind of that disclaimer out there of, mayor and council still have the ability to put something on there.
Yeah. And subject to change. We might have it plugged in 2 months from now, but it gets bumped up a month or bumped back a little bit.
Does a lot for accountability when you've got something on your rolling agenda that's fallen off like 3 times. And how much
absolutely.
would this roll before something fell off?
Absolutely.
Because it would keep us accountable for different initiatives and different tasks where, you really need to get that solved and you just keep kicking it off.
Yes.
And so it kind of takes everything out of your offices and brings it out, I'd say, in here.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else have any other questions or comments now that we've kind of talked around this?
One thing I would add, I really see the value of the rolling agenda more than maybe, the message board, because the message board is just going to require a whole lot more work to find out what's really in there, what's going on, what's going to be on the agenda, when it's going to be on the agenda. I think what I would just ask is, if we can put out a rolling agenda that is updated, as the same, so that if we're putting out, let's start with October. So on October 10th, that final agenda comes out for the October 10th meeting the previous Friday. If also at a minimum on that day, we're putting out an agenda for the 24th that it's going to have to be a pretty big exception to put something on that agenda for the 24th. And let's make that the exception rather than, because I think if we don't put some kind of, say this is what the expectation is, and that we don't kick back a few times when, a lack of planning on Councilman Simpson's part should not be a problem for the mayor. I mean, if I want to bring something up that can be on there, I shouldn't be bringing up on a Monday or Tuesday. I should get it on there like everything else. So I think if we can look at it where we can get those rolling agendas and, pretty much the rolling agenda that we're seeing 2 weeks before we're required to actually put it out, that's got a lot of similarity to it, that we're not making exceptions or, because the question I might ask is, well, why wasn't this on the agenda? If you can tell me why the exception is, I think that would be good. But if we could kind of set the mark maybe for doing that, and then you can add things to it, but personally, I'd like to see an agenda for the 24th meeting coming out the same time the 10th meeting does, with a pretty good 90% accuracy rate. Other things will be done if we could kind of shoot for that. I think it would be beneficial for me, but I think it may be beneficial for the public as well.
Yes.
Question I have is, would we be better off to go back to meeting once a week? I mean, that way our agendas would be smaller, we'd get around to them quicker. And because when you're looking at a month out.
So, charter, correct? It was
We have a minimum number that we're required to do.
Oh,
now.
okay, so we wouldn't have a charter change in order, we had to change the charter in order to go to
Correct.
Every other week.
Correct, Brian? Yes, correct. It's just a minimum now.
So much like this is our off week, we've got a meeting this week, next week, we had one last week. I mean, that's a good discussion, and Mr. Skank is applauding over here. So I would want to.
Might be a bigger discussion.
Yeah, I think it's a bigger discussion, and we were hopeful that we would streamline and get better and get more effective and efficient, and so that some of these agendas will get better. And of course, this is budget, so I mean, a lot of this is just a heavy time of season, I think, to get through it. What is staff's pushback on this? Let's take them one at a time. Did you get any negative feedback on the rolling agenda where staff feels like, no, that's going to be harder for me, it's one more thing to do, or I've got to look out further, I can't work that fast?
Have not heard that feedback at this point. I think it's going to be a better tool, like you said, to keep us all accountable. Get it entered ahead of time. It actually saves you time. You're not rushing it to do the Wednesday before. If we can just copy and paste it when it's time to go. So it should be a time saver. So there's really a lot of pros. The only negative would be, if we put that out there and something drops off, but that's also accountability. We got to know why it's dropping off and explain that. So that's all part of it. On the message board, I think the pro was also efficiency. If we're answering one council member's question on there and y'all read it, it's versus one by one by one. So we could see that being an efficient part of it. As far as if council wants to see things 2 meetings in a row, we'd have to figure out how we structure that. Maybe it's kind of a one item discussion of future agenda items. We can list them out so y'all can actually discuss it, because without it being listed specifically.
I think that was more of a rhetorical question.
Okay.
Not that I was saying that we should, because I know, but I was just saying if we started with that premise,
Sure.
but I think the rolling
agenda might solve it.
I think that would really solve it, as long as we keep it updated. Sorry, go ahead.
Andrew, with the rolling agenda, would everything come through you? Agenda items, would they be?
So it still funnels through the city secretaries and our civic clerk software, but then everybody gets access to it to see it as far as staff, and then we just create a PDF, and then every week we put it
They
out.
can see it, but the agenda items that actually make it to agenda, does that?
Yeah, it gets
still
routed
come
through.
you?
Yeah, it gets routed through. So the department that creates it, then it goes to legal if it needs to. It goes to purchasing. It goes to the ACM that's over that, and then it gets finalized by the city secretary's office.
Okay.
It still goes through that full process.
We do have a little give and take, not that it's been much thus far, but in the way of like maybe the mayor and the city manager, and you're bringing something, and the mayor says, no, not putting it up.
Right.
So will this forego that in the way of rolling agenda? You'd be able to go ahead and put it on, and then mayor would more or less be the one to say take it off, or would be accountable for why we're taking it off?
Yeah, that would still have to be part of the conversation, and then we can explain that if something gets pushed, and it might get pushed because the agenda's too big that week, and we want to try and scale it back, and that purchasing item doesn't have a deadline. Some of those conversations would still be possible.
It's a really interesting concept if you think about it. It takes a lot of the control away from the center chair here, and it puts it more in line with the entire body. Because I know sitting in place one, I mean, you had a hard time getting anything on the agenda because you couldn't talk to the other two without breaking the Open Meetings Act. And then if you went to the mayor and the mayor had said, nope, not willing to discuss it, you were kind of dead in the water. And so on this one, the messenger board
That
would
would give you
accomplish
that option.
that.
And if two of y'all post on that message board, yeah, I'd like to see that ad, that kind of gives us the direction, get it on there.
Man, we're either going to be the most effective and functional council you've ever seen when we do this, or we'll be the most dysfunctional, argumentative, can't get along group of five. Like, will you put that on the board?
I feel like it'll be
Will you
pretty
do?
functional.
I think it'll test our ability to work well with each other without these limitations. Which, if you think about it from what we say we're trying to do, which is to implement good business strategies and business policies, this is the way you run a business. The Open Meetings Act kind of sidelines a lot of stuff where a lot of your good day-to-day business practices don't get implemented in government because of bureaucracy and because of some of our open meetings requirements. So this would alleviate a lot of that. It does neutralize some power. You know, it takes a little power away from you as a city manager. Do you have any concerns with assistant city managers or anybody else that you've got loaded up here where they can put things on? And where will you stop it? Just you and then the other three assistants?
On the rolling agenda?
Uh-huh.
So it was really going to start at the department level. So we're going to have to think through that. Does it need to have a check at ACM before it lands on the rolling agenda? We hadn't kind of finalized that, but typically it starts at the department because they are those regular purchases, things that are planned out, not really the discussion items. That usually comes from the city manager's office, but we could work through those details.
So at a minimum, we could probably say, I think if I'm willing to have the discussion out in public with all five of us here, I think at a minimum for our city management to be able to work with the other ACMs. Perhaps there's a need just for cohesiveness, not to have directors where they're putting things in of, well,
Right.
you knew about it, but like that one's not as much priority as these other items. Maybe you're making budgetary decisions and it becomes kind of a playground for arguments and
Yeah.
throwing rocks. So like
Right.
we don't do that to ourselves, but if you have your ACMs willing to put things on from their departments, there's a greater level of accountability there. And then I think on our side of it, it'll unify us more as a body. And then on things that we disagree on, I think you're going to see it on the front end versus it being something that just doesn't get brought up.
And at least for the message board side, so that's more rolling agenda, but message board would probably be city manager, ACMs, and maybe the city secretary is all that would probably respond to that.
I'd say
Not
rolling
directors.
agenda is what I'm talking about though
Right.
as well.
Yes, yep.
And then what goes on the agenda, we just have to probably be willing to say like who pulled it off.
Exactly.
So, I mean, I don't know if there's something on the agenda that a citizen wanted and they see it come off, that we as council would need to take the heat on that necessarily if they're like, look, you've pulled it 3 weeks in a row,
Yeah.
if it was a staff issue.
Yeah.
So I think,
Yeah, we've had to do that with future agenda items. They haven't been the very next meeting. We've had to explain why is it 2 weeks out or 3 weeks out.
so staff's got to know you're borrowing trouble on this as well. So like we might be doing this to ourselves and you too.
We can try it out though. It's being transparent.
Okay.
We're good with that.
Well, and I would still say, I mean, ultimately, the mayor works with the city council to do the agenda each week. I could see where, and I wouldn't have any problem. I mean, if you saw something, I mean, I think there probably needs to be some type of filtering system that you're watching these things come through. But if there's something that you think, wow, I may need to check with the mayor about this particular item for whatever it may be before we put it on or determine exactly where we're going to put it on. I mean, I could see where there may be an issue of some, I mean, not very common, but something where just like you're working through the mayor whose job it is to work with you to come up with the agenda for each week.
Right.
I would think if you saw some things that were maybe, that you said maybe I do need to talk with the mayor, that would be a judgment call that you would make maybe before we actually put it in, determine what item it is and where we put it in. From
Yes,
the timetable.
and we would add that. So right now, we have an agenda review with the management team. Now we've added the rolling agenda to that, so we spend 30 minutes on the current agenda and 30 minutes talking rolling agenda, where things need to be plugged in, and then we'll just have the same conversation with the mayor on Thursdays before it's posted on Friday. So we would still have that built in.
I think that would be a great solution as long as we're enforcing it. As long as that, we're saying, hey, this is the standard, and you make the determination if we're putting something on that hasn't met that, we didn't abide by it, that we really kind of dig into the why. If we need to do it, certainly there's no problem with it if it's have a time factor. But if it's kind of a lack of planning, then it might be something we want to look at too.
Absolutely. I'm
I think
exactly
you're
on the same page.
Yeah, I think your messenger board is probably the accountability piece in the way of like that really opens up. Here in a minute, we'll ask for any future agenda item requests. But then even if you ask, sometimes it's not even put on. And so like that messenger board's going to be a pretty hot one if you're trying to get something moved.
Yeah, if you get two that are interested, yeah.
Right. Well, you could have three that are interested, then that's going to trigger the charter. So
It's two, or not the charter, but our policy has been.
our policy, not
Any
the
two.
charter?
Any two, yeah. Correct.
So, but it would trigger our policy,
Yeah, get it on there.
and so it would go.
Correct.
So you'd take direction from three on the messenger board.
Two. Still two.
No, I thought it was three. It's just two?
No, it's either the mayor or two council members. Well, yeah.
Oh,
Not-
okay.
Not three overall. Yes, sir.
All right. Any further discussion on this one? This one's going to be an interesting one.
Thank you.
Can we, you want to talk about it again, or y'all want to pull the trigger?
Well, that's a loaded question.
Yeah.
It's a loaded question.
'Cause it's not really something that needs a vote. This would be staff would just kind of move forward based on the feedback we heard today.
Yeah, well, I think you're hearing a lot of feedback, but I think, not that it's an action item, but I'd like to know, like, y'all want to do this or not?
Yeah, I think we give it worth a shot.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
You in?
Yeah. And I mean, if we were prioritizing, I think the rolling agenda, maybe that could be done
First.
quickly and
Oh,
easily
yeah.
first, and maybe make sure that we're,
We've already got that one going.
and then, I mean, I think that would do most to solve the immediate issue, and then longer term.
Absolutely.
So rolling agenda with a messenger board to come.
Follow. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm good.
Great.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, before you step away there, do you have an acknowledgement for a promotion maybe to
Yeah.
deputy?
I do. Pull that up. Yeah, so it's kind of an interim promotion. So with my appointment to interim city manager, I've now selected Laura Storrs as interim deputy city manager to be able to help me with the increased workload and everything we're working on moving forward. So excited to have her on board as interim deputy city manager / chief financial officer. She's been with the city. I know I put this in y'all's manager report, but it's got to be 17 years, not 14 years. So that was an old number, but she started as an intern in accounting and has worked her way up all the way to interim deputy city manager. So I'm excited that she accepted and look forward to working with her. She was appointed to ACM back in 2020 from director of finance. So,
Really good. Well, congratulations on the promotion
Yep.
to interim deputy.
yes, sir.
And we look forward to working together. You guys are doing a really good job in filling in and filling in the gaps and adjusting with the change. And then we will have the conversation here, in the fall about what it looks like next year and moving for a search. And so everything that we're doing can go back and would need to if we had something else come up. But we feel like we're building a good, strong team, and we think that that's evident in some of these changes that you guys are witnessing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Do I have any any requests for future agenda items?
Mayor, that's not actually on the agenda today, since it's a special meeting.
Oh, that is true.
I'm throwing you curveballs today.
Okay. So I'm 3 for 3 today. So if you don't put it on my agenda, I don't see it. But then when I see stuff on my agenda, it's not on yours. So, okay. So we will not ask for any requested items formally because we didn't put that on there. We will now move into the consent portion of our agenda, and I believe we may have one council member that wanted to pull an item.
That item is on non-consent so that you can abstain to it.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely going to need to get that updated agenda printed out for the next meeting. I apologize, guys. I have what I thought was the current as of Monday. So I don't know where I got this, that it's not updated.
The only update on the agenda was adding the agenda transparency item, I believe.
So let me
We will make
clarify
sure
real
you
quick.
have the correct agenda.
I still show item 6H on my agenda as the Vineyards PID.
Correct.
Okay. And Councilman Sherlin, did
So,
you?
yeah, so we need Councilman Sherlin to ask for that one to be pulled off.
I'm
Did one.
sorry.
We were confusing
That's
that
okay.
with the other
I was
bid.
thinking we were talking colonies
Colonies.
so that
Correct.
Councilmember Tips could abstain.
No
That's the
problem.
one that is on non-consent.
Okay, no problem.
We're both batting.
Have we already pulled H off?
We have not pulled H off.
Okay.
Okay.
I would, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to pull item H, to table it until next week. I had a meeting with the citizens today at 11 o'clock, and it was brought to my attention that there were citizens that are having a meeting tomorrow at 5:30 in the office of the Vineyards to talk about the PID. So I would like to table that until next week.
Okay, sir. Thank you. That's been recognized. And then I do need to clarify, you have some timing on these. Is this anything that can?
We just have to have it done before the end of the month, so getting it next Tuesday will.
So next
give it-
Tuesday's fine.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we would, I would be asking for a motion removing item 6H for consent.
Well, can we approve it all minus that one?
Yeah, so you'd just make a motion to approve the consent
Yeah.
unless the
Okay, so,
item 6H.
okay. I move to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of agenda item 6H.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Council Place 2, a second from Place 1. Do I have any further discussion on consent agenda? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda passes. And then, let me ask Ms. City Secretary, as far as, do you need anything further on 6H, since it has been requested to be pushed, or do you want it tabled?
No, y'all can just take no action on it, and we will make sure we place it on next week's agenda.
Real good. Okay. Everybody good to keep going? Anybody need to take a break?
Good.
All right, we're going to go ahead and keep moving here. Moving into item 7A in our non-consent agenda, we have a public hearing here, and we have Mrs. Laura Storrs to do a brief presentation on what we saw last week as well, and then we'll open it up.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. And so we, as a reminder, last week we did a public hearing on the budget. So we are doing a second public hearing on the budget this week. I did not change anything in my presentation, so I will quickly go through the same presentation we had last week, just in case we have anyone that is viewing online or listening in or in attendance in the audience that did not see this presentation last week. So real quickly, we've got some budget highlights, and also we had some one-page highlights that were at the entryway as everyone walked in. Hopefully council has one at the dais as well, where we highlighted some of the big items in the budget for this year. We will also be posting this online. We'll be doing some individual social media posts related to this as well after we finalize an approved budget this year. So quickly going through this, we do have funding in for 3 new fire district chiefs. We also have funding for an aircraft rescue training facility. That is a great win. By putting in matching dollars, we are going to get some federal dollars to do a much larger scale project, about $4 million, with only about a $380,000 commitment from this city. Along with that, we have 4 additional police officers and the vehicles and equipment for them, and 4 new police civilian positions that will assist in helping get and keep more of our uniformed police out on the streets. We have over $28 million in street projects, including the Northeast 24th Railroad Overpass project. That project alone is $11.4 million. The vast majority of that is coming from grant funding. We also have the Barrio Southeast 10th Streetscape improvements of $5.5 million in total, and most of that is also coming from grant funding. We do have increased solid waste funding for a dedicated dumpster replacement program. That's going to look to be about $1.70 per month for our residential customers. We do also include $33 million in water and sewer projects and $46 million in drainage projects, and that's to address some of the issues created through the recent flooding event, and also to help better prepare us for anything like that in the future. We have $4.5 million allocated as a working budget that is going to be flexible to help address future council priorities as they come along over this next year. And then, as was discussed a little bit earlier, there is a 30% TMRS COLA for retirees that is included in there as well. And please note that is 30% of a COLA. So it's not a 30% increase, it's a 30% of COLA increase for those retirees. So on the expense side, we started this year with an approved budget in 22-23 of $490.8 million. We added about $40.2 million to that to come up with our 23-24 proposed budget of $531 million. We did see a lot of increased capital funding. Of this 531, I believe about $135 million of that is to address capital projects, infrastructure that's highly needed in the community. So again, all current service levels have been included in this budget, plus all the items we addressed just a few minutes ago. Along with that, we do have increased costs built in for utilities, fuel, and materials just due to inflation that everyone is experiencing. And then more things than what we even listed on this presentation today. So how are we paying for all of this? Our current total city budget, and as a reminder, when we're looking at these numbers, this is the entire city budget. This is all the general fund, plus all of water and sewer, drainage, airport, all the grants, everything combined into one. So from a revenue standpoint, our current year approved revenue budget is $455.4 million. We're looking to increase that by $40.1 million to have a total proposed revenue budget of $495.5 million. So how did we come up with that change? We are seeing continued growth in sales tax. So we got some good news here recently. Sales tax came in a little bit up from the prior year in this last month of our fiscal year. So we have increased our revenue budget by $7.9 million. And again, a lot of that we're kind of wanting to kind of hold aside as earmarked for that working budget to ensure we achieve those sales tax dollars before everything's allocated out. We also have property taxes that are up about $4.1 million for operations. And based on the vote last week and the direction we've received from council, that is $1 million less than what you could capture going up to the state maximum tax rate. Council has talked about reducing those property tax revenues by $1 million and looking to do a future debt issuance instead. What a debt issuance of $1 million a year in debt service payments, that would give us over $13 million in projects towards streets. So that is included in this budget. Environmental health has restructured a lot of their fees to simplify them and align them with full cost recovery to the users. Solid waste, as mentioned, the single-family residence is looking at about $1.70 per month increase, a 20% increase on our commercial accounts, and then a 9% increase on the landfill tipping fees. On water and sewer rates, for those typical residential meters that are out in the community, there is no increase to the base rate. So they will not have any kind of a base rate increase, which also includes 3,000 gallons per month of water usage. All the other meters, which are larger meters, including our commercial ones, are going to see a 6% increase. And then our tiered usage, which is to help with conservation efforts, those are also going to see a 6% increase. Then on the drainage, a typical residential customer is going to see a $1.58 per month increase, and that's all of these are on their monthly utility bill. So what comes next? So last week we did a public hearing. This week we're doing a public hearing. So we're asking you all to open a public hearing here in just a second. And then we will have a later item on this agenda to do the second and final reading of the ordinance to approve the budget. You all did the first reading and vote on the first reading of the budget ordinance last week. And this will be the second and final one. All of our budget information is posted out on the city's website at amarillo.gov. We have a financial information page with loads of information. We're putting all of our presentations out there. We're putting this one-page item out there, and then our proposed, which will turn into our approved budget, is also posted out there. Are there any questions that I can answer from council?
Questions?
Laura, if I have a question or recommendation on fees, is this
Yes.
where I would bring this up?
Yes.
So last meeting, we heard from the guys that install septic systems.
Yes.
So environmental health fees, we're trying to go to cost recovery, which I think we need to do in a lot of areas. This concerned me when they brought up that, and I talked to several of them, that their bidding is 90 days out.
Okay.
So, and they're backed up.
Yes.
Like it is, which is apparently a good business to be in right now, which is great. But they're backed up and they bid based on the previous fees.
Okay.
So they've got bids out there that are locked in based on the old fee. So what I would like to propose, and just clarification, have we given a 30-day notice already? Were they given a notice September 1 that October 1 the fees will be going up?
Yes, that is my understanding. I'm looking back to see if Anthony's
Yes.
in
Yeah.
here, but yeah, that is my understanding. So we gave them prior notice. We could take direction from council. It would not take any kind of a change in the budget necessarily. It would just kind of be operational direction if you wanted us to delay that some.
And open to the rest of the council, unless they haven't, anything against that, is giving them the additional 60 days so that they have that full 90 days.
Okay.
So that does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. So we'd
instead
be
of
looking implementation closer to December 1st instead.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. That way they've got the full 90 days and it's not going to hurt them.
Yes.
It's not going to hurt those current bids that are out there, because that's the last thing we want to do is hurt the local business guy. We don't want local business to be hurt by that. We want to be good stewards and go to cost recovery in as many departments as we can, but not necessarily at the expense of if it's just a matter of notice.
Okay.
So I would like to make that recommendation. If anybody has any other.
I think Councilmember Tips brings up a great point. Thinking ahead on this, is there anything else other than that business that he's talking about that we're not thinking of that we could help affect?
So,
I'm trying not to go down a huge rabbit hole on it.
Yes, I do agree, and I appreciate that. And I will be honest, sometimes we don't know fully how the effect is going to be until we start putting notices out. And this is a prime example, especially with business backed up to a certain extent. I don't know that we're hearing of any others. I know Anthony and his team really started to get on the ball as quickly as possible to inform those that were going to see fee changes. And we've heard a few things. One, we decided to pull back on and not do the in-home daycare inspections at this point in time. We're going to bring that back later. Now, this one has come up. Potentially, if there's others, we can certainly keep you all abreast of it, but I'm not aware of any others at this point in time.
Okay. I mean, because
Did you make a motion?
And I don't know that we need a vote on this. If I can just get direction, as long as there's consensus from you all, for us kind of delaying that until it sounds like December 1st to give them a little bit longer notice. So,
I would
any
agree
concerns
with-
on that?
I would agree with
Any,
that.
any objections to an additional 60 days?
No.
Okay. No, I think that's good guidance. All good.
All right, perfect. So with
Any
that,
other-
if we can just do a public hearing, that
Any other
great.
questions for Mrs. Storrs before she steps down?
Let me just ask on this sheet, because I like this sheet. One thing I did mention to Jordan, too, is as quickly as we can kind of, because this has got the price tag, okay, so we're letting people know how much it's cost, and
Yes.
yeah, it's a lot of investment. But, you know, as soon as we can get, you know, a list out as to, okay, because I know like on drainage utility, I think there were 20 projects on
Yes.
there that are going to be paid for through this. And I think, you know, that's quite informative to go and see what those are for. So I think as soon as we can get the list of these out, I think it would be beneficial of saying, okay, we gave them the price tag first. Now, you know, what is that investment going to pay for?
Okay.
On the $33 million for water and sewer, half of that is going for initial stages on Hollywood wastewater treatment plant. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's
Or
a good
beginning?
portion of it that's going to go for that
Okay.
design and research.
And I'm trying to
associated with
remember
that.
what other major projects may have been in that additional, I
There's
guess
four.
that would be another 13, 14 million or so, or was it just regular thing? I'm just trying to remember.
I don't remember.
I
off
just
the top of
remember
my
that
head.
the Hollywood Road wastewater treatment plant was the bulk of that 33 million to begin the first stages on that.
Nothing jumps out of mind that it was unusual. We had the 10 million cash. Hollywood Road was driving the train on the majority of that. I'll have to look at the list,
Okay.
Councilmember.
All right, that's
I'll
fine.
get it to you.
I
And-
didn't know if there was anything major or just the typical usual replacement.
The
upgrades.
remainder outside of Hollywood are going to be typical projects identified through the 5-year need. So we'll get you that list.
Okay, thank you.
And I think the plan, to your point, Councilmember Simpson, talking to our communications group, is to take kind of each one of these items and do separate informational posts about them with projects and more information about what is associated with that. Not necessarily just pushing the one page out, but then piecing it apart and doing separate informational campaigns on, so with, an increase on water and sewer, what are you going to see out of that? Or on the $1.58 per month, what will you tangibly see coming forward on that? Because these are huge investments into our community. And so, yes, this will be the start of lots of information being pushed out related to the budget.
Good.
Thank you. Yep. All right. So looking through on this, yes, by all means, the biggest pieces, we did have some laboratory and operator room remodels. So out there at the environmental lab, they're in need of some upgrades and some remodeling. That was about a $3.6 million project. That one certainly jumps out. A lot of this is specifically and then we have new utility billing software coming. And we certainly have heard concerns from customers, as a side note, that we have changed our payment portal. There will be no further changes to that payment portal. It'll all be on the back end, and it will link in. So that is coming. That's another big project on here that is going to give us the ability to provide even better customer service and have less interruptions to our customers going forward. That's another big one. And then our annual E&I projects, which are our extensions and improvements as we need to go forward and continue to address either items as they come up or some extensions as needed on that. If Floyd has anything.
Yeah, that E&I those projects do those pumps, wells, those types of things that come up unexpected through the year.
Okay. And then too, just on the drainage utility fee, and I know we saw this, but I think we were working on a translation that gives more detail.
Yes.
On the projects we have done, which I
Yes.
think is 30+ million or something like that. So to make sure that, because I think a lot of people are still not knowing, well, I've been paying this, because I was kind of impressed by the list. It was about a page and a half of
Yes.
different types of things that have been done with that. So I think if we make sure we're getting that information out as well, where's the money gone and what projects have been done so far.
Absolutely. And I believe the last I heard, we're looking at either later this week or first of next week, and we'll have, I think, a heat map that shows where things have been, where projects have been conducted, and then explanations, probably more in
great.
layman terms,
Yeah.
that everyone can understand what the project encompassed. So yes, that is all coming. So yes.
Perfect. Thank
All
you.
right.
Any other questions, council? One final thing,
Yes.
Mrs. Storrs, the specifically for Lewis, your total increase in value, so properties that came onto the tax roll, that increased the amount collected in revenues 1.7.
So
1.7.
as we brought down, let me pull out my notes real quick. As we, if we're looking still at the rate that you all voted on this past week, I think that number goes down to, it's going to be about $1.3, $1.4 million is
Okay.
all brand new property coming on the tax roll. Yes.
So we have revenues of, let's say, $1.3 million. Of these are new properties that have come on that are now paying taxes.
Yes.
And then do we have a 4.1 total increase in revenues,
Including that.
including that amount?
Yes,
So
that
the
is
actual
correct.
rate increase, the rate decrease with the revenue increase is roughly $2.5 to $3 million.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that's important when you're looking at the $531 million overall budget. It's comprised of enterprise and all sorts of different
Yes.
revenues.
Lots of grant funding as well going in there. Yes.
Right. Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. At this time, we're going to go ahead and open a public hearing. Do I have anyone here that would like to speak for or against or on item 7A? I see Mr. Skank, if you wouldn't mind coming up.
Can we take a break? Oh.
Almost.
Just giving some history about what we're dealing with, and as you know, if y'all were really screwing up our tax base, I'd be up here in a different manner. I really appreciate what's gone on. Just that short time ago, your cap was 8%. People are concerned about it just being 3.5%, and I think it's serving its purpose because you're really having to scrutinize and do these things. The communication that's starting to go on, because I'm seeing you on Facebook, and believe it or not, that's a popular site for people to look at things, to understand these things. And when you've done this, after squeezing and going and squeezing, and trying to figure out what's going to go on, to add new safety positions, streets, without going to a street fee, which, that was happening, water, sewer, drainage, and then solid waste. The simple thing of replacing dumpsters, goodness, that's a positive thing. So it's all positive. And to do it with actually lowering the tax rate, even though we had the valuation increase is something that all of us ought to go and talk to Brad every time that happens, to deal with your own property valuations, because I have to. But anyway, I just want to thank you guys.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you, Mr.
Skank.
Skank.
We appreciate you speaking. Do I have anyone else here that would like to speak on this public hearing? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Mrs. City Secretary, will you remind us, recorded vote on 7A, 7B?
Only on C, D, and E.
Okay, regular
A
vote.
and B are just public hearings. There's no action required.
Okay. So we are recorded vote on item 7C.
Mm-hmm.
No action required on A or B other than the next presentation, public hearing. And then give me the other one that's recorded. C.
7D for property tax, and then 7E, which is ratifying the budget and property tax, if I said that right.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So item 7B, this is stores.
Okay, so item 7B is for a public hearing on the tax increase. And this is the first public hearing that we're doing related to the property tax rate. As a reminder, we posted in the newspaper, and it's been posted on the city's website related to this public hearing. We also, as Mr. Skank mentioned, we've done some social media posts encouraging people to come out and voice their opinions related to this and the budget item as well. And so I have a quick presentation. One item I wanted to go back to on this posting and the postings that were in the newspaper. As a reminder, it was posted at the voter approval tax rate because that was the only rate that y'all had voted on at that point back on August 15th, and it set the max end. And so you can vote up to that amount or anything below that amount. So all the notices were shaped off of that tax rate. So real quickly, we'll go through this. Again, basically, it's state law requires us to do all these things that we're doing. As I mentioned earlier, state law tells us exactly how we have to word our agendas, how you all have to do your motions when you're approving the property tax rate, and how we do all of our public notices to inform citizens about these items being done. And again, that's just to let property owners know about what changes are coming forward on their property tax. So we do have to hold one public hearing, which we will do for this item, and then there will be a later item to vote on the rate. So on the property tax rate, in the blue arrow there, we have the current 2022 tax rate of 40.628 cents. That's our current tax rate, the one that everyone received on their bills last fall and that they paid up through the end of, through February this past year. So the 2023 voter approval tax rate, and again, that assumes that you can increase for operations and maintenance approximately 3.5% plus the new properties. Also, that debt service side of your tax rate can fluctuate as needed up or down based on any outstanding debt you have backed by property taxes. So it's not a simple 3.5% increase necessarily. So that is the rate that you can go up to without going to an election of the citizens. Now, we have an option over here, the 2023 tax rate, which is slightly lower than the voter approval tax rate at 39.195 cents, and that was discussed at the last day of budget review. It was also the rate that you all voted on last week on the first reading of the property tax ordinance. What a rate of 39.195 cents will do is that it will provide all the current service levels that the city has, the 3 new fire district chiefs, those 4 new police officers and 4 new police civilian positions. It will allow to hold back some funding to do $13.3 million in street projects. So y'all are foregoing some of the revenue you could collect through the tax rate to do a debt issuance. It also allows for this TMRS 30% repeating COLA. It's repeating going forward. There's no retroactive feature on it. And much more. And we already covered several other things. What this means to our taxpayers, up there at the top where on those black boxes, on a $100,000 home, so if it stayed $100,000 in the current year and this next year, it would actually translate into a $1 per month decrease. Now, why would we even talk about that? Because as we've been discussing, everybody's appraised values have been going up for 2 reasons. One, it is something we have to publish on related to state law. It's in some of the notice language. Also, because sometimes it's easier just to do the math on, a $100,000 home, how that translates to your personal residence. So if you look at an average residence, so what this means is this past year, an average residence inside Potter and Randall County that's inside the city limits, it was about $188,000 value. That rose to just under $200,000, about $199,000 in this new year. What this tax rate decrease will do on an average home is it will actually increase the property tax bill for the city's piece of it by $2 per month. So that kind of speaks to, I think, our citizen that was talking earlier. Even though the rate's going down, we do recognize the appraised values have gone up that the city has no control over. That's all done by Potter Randall Appraisal District. But it would cause a slight increase of $2 per month on an average home. Again, we have a lot more information posted at amarillo.gov related to our property tax rate. So what comes next is we'll again ask you all to hold a public hearing, and then we're announcing that we're going to take the vote on it today. This meeting was at 3 p.m. today, and you will do the second and final reading on your property tax ordinance, and you will also vote to ratify the tax rate. So that comes in items D and E. C, D, and E. So it's D and E. All right. So you all did the first vote last week, and y'all voted on that 39.195 cents. So you can do that again. You can go up as high as the voter approval tax rate or anything in between or lower. So with that, are there any questions that I can answer for council?
I think you addressed the crazy language here that, it shows an increase, but that's really, it's just an increase in revenue.
It's
not
an increase in
necessarily a tax
revenue,
rate.
yes.
And then also a point that I think that my eyes were open to is the percentage of these ad valorem taxes, the largest percent does not come to the city.
That is correct.
We get roughly about 19%. Is
That's
that correct?
19% or below, depending on where a citizen lives in the community, because we have 5 school districts, 2 counties, 2 water districts, Amarillo College, and the city, and we are usually somewhere between 15 and 19% of the property tax bill.
Okay. I just think that's important to talk about. To see that it's usually all eyes are on us because we're deciding the tax rate, but in reality, we get a very small portion of that to run the city.
That's correct, and the city has no influence over any of the other taxing entities. They all have boards that vote and make decisions on where they set their tax rates. So all you all have control over is that between 15 and 19% of the property tax bill. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Storrs. At this time, we'll open a public hearing. Do I have anyone that would like to speak on item 7B today? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. And I believe we will move on to item 7C. Mrs. Storrs, do we need to do anything on item 7C, or are we good to call the...
Yes, Mayor, and if you're good, I'll just stay up here for a couple seconds
Sure.
and walk you all through this. So on item 7C, this is the ordinance number 8068, and this is to adopt the budget. So state law requires that you take all your votes to adopt the budget first, followed by the adoption of an ordinance to set the property tax rate, followed by a vote to ratify the tax rate. So you'll have 3 items you need to vote on, and all of them we need to take a record vote. So it's more formalized. There is also language at each of your places related to the motion because state law outlines what the motion language has to be. We don't get a lot of say in any of this. It's all outlined in state law. So we appreciate you all kind of walking through this with us. So yes, if all this is, unless there's any other questions about budget, this is just the second and final reading of the ordinance to approve the budget.
Any questions on the budget, gentlemen?
No.
Okay, would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move adoption of ordinance number 8068, adopting the budget for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 for the city of Amarillo.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilman Sherlin, a second by Councilman Kraft. Any further discussion on this? Okay, all in favor, please raise your right hand. Any opposed? Item 7C passes with a 5-0 vote. Mrs. Storrs, on item 7D, do you have anything you'd like to review?
No, Mayor, other than this is the second and final reading on the property tax rate. So, one thing I did want to note, in your agenda packets, last week on the ordinance, we had the voter approval tax rate penciled in with the various components for operating and maintenance and INS. Since you all voted to pull that down to a lower rate at the 39.195 cents, in your packets, we amended that ordinance, and you have the lower rates in the ordinance. Not posted on the face of the agenda because we had to post it as it was related to the public hearing, but in the ordinance attached in your packets, it has been amended down to that lower rate. And so this, again, there is formal language you have to use to make the motion, and you have to do the formal vote.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Questions?
Any questions, guys?
No.
So would ask for a motion on this.
I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.39195, which is effectively a 4.25% increase in the tax rate.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Kraft, a second by Councilman Tips. Do I have any discussion on this item?
No, sir.
All in favor, please raise your right hand. Any opposed? That item passes with a 5-0 vote. On to item 7E, Mrs. Storrs.
Okay, and again, this is according to Texas Local Government Code. So the City Council is required to take a separate ratification vote on the tax rate when the adopted budget requires more property tax revenue than it did in the previous year's budget. And so this is ratification of the tax rate and budget, and there should be some motion language there in front of you all as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Anything on this one? Okay, would ask for a motion.
I move that we ratify the budget and tax rate as adopted for fiscal year 2023-24, recognizing such budget will require more revenue from property taxes than did the budget adopted last year.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Simpson. I have a second from Councilman Sherlin. Any further discussion on this?
No, Mayor.
All in favor, please raise your right hand. Any opposed? Item 7E passes with a 5-0 vote. That takes care of our budget. So we have successfully accomplished our first budget. Stubbed our toe up here a few times during our meeting, but we're not trying to look professional, but we sure put forth a solid professional budget, even though we've rocked through it. So item 7F is one of our PIDs. Is Justin, oh, he is back here. Justin, do you mind coming back up on this one? I know we had this one brought back around, but.
Yeah, and Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself on the discussion of this one.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Well, let me ask you, since we have seen this one before, did you have anything in addition to, not that we necessarily need you to go back through it, or we could just go ahead and bring it forward to discussion if we had some questions on it?
No, haven't had any phone calls from any of the neighborhood citizens on this agenda item, and nothing's changed within the budget or anything else that y'all have seen since last week. So.
Okay. Well, I would just ask if council has any directed questions for this PID, and then we can take those one at a time.
Just to make sure I understand, so each PID has its own advisory board?
Yes, sir.
And that advisory board is elected by, how's the advisory board selected?
Each PID is a little different. As I was saying in the last meeting, we have the petition, which is the governing document for the PID, and each PID petition outlines the makeup of that advisory board. And it typically shifts after the first year of the PID from 3 members to 5 members, or based on how many lots have been sold so far. So similar to other boards and commissions within the city, we will bring the advisory boards for the PIDs before the city council, and y'all will choose and who will serve on that board. So.
And then those advisory boards, the people in these communities, if they have concerns, thoughts, the advisory board is there to receive their feedback.
Correct, as well as me and my staff.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you.
Any questions on this side? Sure. I don't think we have anything further on it, Justin. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
At this time, would ask if anyone would make a motion on item 7F.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8080 as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on item 7F. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes with a 4-0 vote, with Tips recusing. Did you abstain or recuse?
Both recused, I believe.
I think right now we've got a little bit left to go. I'm going to go ahead and say we take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back in here and we'll knock out these next 7 or 8 items. Thank y'all. Our way back to our chairs. We're going to be called back into order here in a few seconds.
Well, look at that power you got. People just start sitting down.
Yeah, when everyone's ready to get out of here and go home, we all sit down quickly. All right, appreciate you guys letting us take a short recess. We'll call ourselves back into order. And we are moving on with item 7G. Yes, sir. Come on up here. You've got the reinvestment zones. Are you doing all of them?
I am just doing ordinance 8081.
Okay.
Drew Brassfield, Assistant Director of Planning. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon, sir.
So this is the first reading and consideration of an ordinance that approves the final project and financing plan for the tax increment reinvestment zone number 3, confirms the city's participation in such zone, and amends ordinance 8033 as to the board composition and determination of the tax increment base, and provides, as you said, legal jargon and the rest. So just briefly, a little bit about the background. City Council adopted this new zone in December of 2022, which also established the base year. And for those who may be unfamiliar with Tiers 3, this zone is roughly in the vicinity of Coulter to I-27 and the South Loop down to Pullman Road, or Sundown. Is it Sundown? Okay. So earlier this year, Amarillo College and Randall County also approved participation in this zone. You may hear us refer to it as the South Gateway tiers also, but it is currently a mix of vacant, undeveloped land, retail, and restaurant uses with very limited residential development at this time. The development that does exist in this zone covers only about 10% of the land within this zone. And these tax increment reinvestment zones are one of the tools that the city has to jumpstart development, to generate new tax revenue, and it assists with building needed public infrastructure and encouraging development. So the final project and financing plan specifically calls out some of the improvements to be in the I-27 Loop 335 intersection, specifically for water, wastewater, and drainage. It also includes improvements by adding a city lift station, main extensions, and some street improvements. The city's participation, the financing plan also calls for future participation by the city in Chapter 380 agreements and any other project costs that that Chapter 11 of the Texas Tax Code would allow. These initiatives are funded through a tax increment financing or through tax increment financing on a reimbursement basis. Currently, it's projected that that reimbursement would be around $15 million. Any excess revenues that come in would be used to continue reimbursing the city and or developers for future expenditures. So I believe in the original packet that was sent out, the ordinance 8081 for that we're discussing in section 4, I just wanted to point out that the base year value in what was originally sent out was a $30 million figure. That figure was originally an estimate that came out of the preliminary plan. We have since, I was informed earlier that we have received the certified values to that. So the number that is in the presentation today will be used, the $28,754,690 is the certified value by the Potter Rental Appraisal District. But for the 20-year term of this, the value is expected to be north of $160 million, which translates into an increase of over $138 million. Anticipated revenue in that 20-year span is expected to be around 15.2, as previously mentioned, and most of the development will most likely occur within the first 12 years. The taxing entities, the city, Randall County, and Amarillo College have agreed to commit 100% of the tax revenue for years 1 through 10, and then 50% of the tax revenue in years 11 through 20. And it's also worth noting, too, that that is property tax only. It does not, there's no sales tax being contributed to that. And we seem to be stuck.
On the other screen, Drew, try again.
Pointed in the wrong direction, my bad. So just to recap and summarize, Ordinance 8081 approves the final project and financing plan, which the Tiers Board previously approved on August 3rd of this year, confirms the city's continued participation in the zone, and then ultimately will amend Ordinance 8033 by making changes to the board composition from 10 members down to 9, and it will correct the tax increment base amount from 0 up to that certified value of $28 million. And I will be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Brassfield, thank you for that good presentation. One question that I would have is, do you know, is there a specific reason that we went from 10 down to 9 in the members?
I do. I forget the name of the water district, but the water district opted not to appoint somebody to the board.
Okay. And every other entity there, all as per prescribed and matching in line with other tiers, same as tiers 2 and 3, or tiers 1 and 2, I mean?
Correct.
Yeah, so we will have the 9. One change, did you touch on the ex officio? No. So we will have, also included in the ordinance, adding an ex officio member that would round it out as 10. We're proposing to come back to y'all in November when you do board appointments to basically replace Matt Griffith and move him to ex officio, because he's helped us get this finalized, but when it comes to any potential incentives, he's very heavily involved in the land holdings out there, and he'd basically not be able to vote on anything, most likely. So he was happy to move to ex officio once we get this final plan, and then y'all can replace him for that city-appointed position.
Okay. Appreciate the update on that. Questions from council? Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the presentation.
Making it easy.
Would look for a motion on item 7G.
Okay, I move to adopt ordinance 8081 as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 7H. Do we have, is this you, Mr. Carter, coming up here for this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think this is a resolution that y'all have to approve.
This is resolution for the budget.
Yep. Mayor and council, thank you for the opportunity to present this budget for y'all. This year, it is formatted in 2 ways. This is the first time that we've ever formatted it in the format that we use and then the format that the city uses. That was a request that was made by Councilmember Simpson, so appreciate that. I think it's been a good experience for us going through that process, and it's cleaned up our budget. So thank you, Councilmember Simpson, for that. Kind of some of the highlights from this first page. This is just a summary page, but it just the highlights of that is an operational increase of $61,000 this year, project support decrease of $778,000. For a total decrease of $717,000 in this year's budget. The second page is just kind of a historical budget request summary of what we've asked for over the last 5 years. And then this starts talking about budget details. Our operational highlights include a slight increase in payroll this year. That's attributed to a 4% cost of living adjustment. We also eliminated a position that we had. We combined 2 positions into 1, and so eliminated that. So just a slight increase in that number. And then our payroll number this year, Councilmember Sherlin had asked for that to be broken out. It is not broken out on this budget because You had requested that by an email from me after our budget committee had met, but it is broken down in the secondary format. But when we presented that budget to our board, we did say that amount did include 88% of that payroll number is for salary and wages, and 12% of that could be used for pay for performance, or PFP, which is on the secondary budget, based on whether AEDC's goals are accomplished in the year. And on that also, our fiscal agent fee increased this year. We added $40,000 for additional accounting functions as it relates to retirement. We pay the city to administer our payroll and our accounting function. We increased that $40,000 this year due to the additional accounting functions as it relates to our Texas Municipal Retirement System. And then our other categories remain flat. Project support highlights include our support for partner organizations. Also this year you'll see a $200,000 decrease in the Enterprise Challenge request. That was at Council's urging when we came before you before. And then also we decreased our infrastructure improvements in that project support of $500,000. And then also our marketing expense is $800,000. Another highlight on that, that's remained flat for the last couple of years. And so for a grand total of our AEDC budget is $3,503,340 for an overall decrease of $717,000 compared to last year. Our last year's budget did allow us to have quite a few highlights. 10 projects this past year, over 3,000 new jobs created or announced this year, over $2 billion in new capital investment to the community, $345 million in new payroll, and over $500 million in new economic annual impact. So, and then also we created some programs for talent recruitment. Also have a couple of our partners in that project support that we have a couple of representatives from the Chamber of Commerce, and then also a member from the West Texas Enterprise Center that administers the Enterprise Challenge with us. So I would certainly answer any questions that you have.
Questions for Mr. Carter?
Kevin, I had requested that y'all would look into the gateways and possibility to contribute to those. I don't see anything here and I haven't heard anything. Have you?
So how that will happen is I did meet with several members of the city staff on that to start that conversation. We have taken that to a local builder to get some estimates on that, and then when we get that report back, then we will come to you and ask for a budget amendment in our marketing budget.
Okay, so it is doable.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be a one-time budget amendment to pay for that.
So we need to know how much and then
That's
make that
correct.
amendment. Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
And some of those estimates are higher than I would have anticipated a sign costing, but need to go into sign making business. So,
Any other questions, gentlemen?
I do. So a couple questions I'd like to ask around the Enterprise Challenge program.
Okay.
So we're cutting back. This budget proposes a $200,000 cutback on that. So how long has that program been around? I'm trying to remember.
So it's been around 27 years, or this is going to be the 27th year. We did pause the program. WT didn't ask for a pause for that for 2 years, but this will be the 27th annual. So really, it's been around 29 years, but this will be the 27th year for the award.
And how many businesses did we have that applied for that this last go round? Do you remember?
I'm going to ask Brian that exact number. Brian, do you remember how many that applied last year? I think you can probably answer from
Sure.
there. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
you can come up here if you want
You
to.
come up, Brian.
We had 96 applicants with 24 qualified to receive taxpayer funds.
Okay. And then out of that 24, those 24 went through the program to get the various coaching
Correct. So they
then-
go through the various phases of the program, with 5 ultimately receiving funding for the
Okay.
full $500,000 being given out last year.
And so, Kevin, are there any other programs that ADC had? I'm assuming that targeting small businesses, most of these are probably a handful of employees or a few employees that are maybe have started their business but are looking for a boost to be able to grow. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously I wasn't here 27 years ago when the program started, nobody here, but historically the program was started for us to have the ability to help small business that we typically have not been able to help in the past, or folks felt intimidated asking, because they're not a huge business. So it certainly is for a small business. Now, we've changed the rules through the years. Before you could be a startup, now you have to have so much in revenue to apply for it. Your business has to fit the model that fits within the statute of the law, which says that 51% of the goods and services that you produce or serve has to be exported out of our 5-county MSA, and that 5 county is Oldham, Potter, Randall, Armstrong, and Carson counties.
Yeah. So there may have been, until you instituted those changes, there may have been winners in the past that didn't meet that threshold. So you added that threshold because it kind of mirrors.
They would definitely have not met the standard before we made the changes a few years ago.
And so are there, as far as you know, are there any other programs that ADC does or even locally that have this type of investment seed money to help small businesses? Any that you're aware of?
I know that we don't do any other. If somebody else is doing that program, I don't know, but this is the only one that we put seed money in like this.
And I think you shared this information before, but can you kind of go over the total investment of the program during the life of the program? And then I think you had something that talked about annual payroll of those companies that have been through that.
Yes, sir. Just for the 2022 reporting ADC recipients, that's Amarillo Enterprise Challenge recipients, over 408 total employees, 80+ million in total revenue, and $23 million in total W-2 payroll. That's on an annual basis. So when you annualize that, 401 million, that's over the last 12 years, and that's through 2021. $1.5 billion in total revenue from those companies that have been through the program, and $76 million just in new loans and equity.
Yeah, and what was what was the initial investment that we put into the program? You said kind of a ballpark.
That number over 25 years at 500, so about $12 million.
So $12 million has gotten that out of it, and I guess so. And the other, like for the 24 companies that were finalists, they received a bit. So they're benefits for companies that do not, even though they do not win the $100,000. Correct?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Brian can talk to that more, but we had 5 recipients this past year, and 24 of those semifinalists got to go through some type of coaching in their orientation, that certainly should have benefited them, even though they weren't recipients of the final award.
So when you look at that number, but the only number you track as return on investment is just for those winners.
Of the recipients, that's correct. Yes, sir.
So if I look at that number, that's really a minimum that we've gotten out of the program over that, because we're not tracking like these additional 5 won, the other 17 or so, that 19 that did not win still could have got benefit, and we could be seeing an increase in the local economy because of those benefits. So. And how does this program meet the needs, the mission of the AEDC?
Well, our mission is to create wealth and vitality for the area of the Panhandle through, primary job creation. And since we've changed the program, it certainly fits that moniker that these are primary jobs that are, that are creating primary. These companies are creating primary jobs. And, obviously, 80 million in revenue and $23 million in payroll is certainly nothing to, to scoff at. It's certainly significant.
Yeah. And what are the general feedback from the companies that participate in it? What kind of, and I guess either you can answer this, kind of what has their feedback been on the value of the program?
Well, I'll tell you, we do orientations at the beginning of every program every year, and we always tell people there's a whole lot more here than $100,000 for you. As a business owner, you don't know what you don't know, and we kind of force them to answer all the big questions that they could be looking at planning a 5-year strategic growth. And so at the end of the program, we hear that, wow, that was incredibly beneficial. I have a detailed 5-year plan, but it's also a business plan challenge. So even if you didn't receive funding from the program, you have a 5-year strategic plan that you can take to one of our local lenders that are also program partners with us that would love to help businesses scale even without the AEDC investment, should there have been better competition or they just weren't a good fit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that's got all the questions I had answered.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I would move to amend the budget attached to resolution number 09-19-23 as follows. Divide and reflect separately the total payroll cost under personnel between payroll of $1,030,040 and adding a new line item of performance pay of $140,460 for a total of $1,170,500.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion to amend item 7H, and I have a second. Discussion on that, gentlemen?
Can you give me those numbers, Ian? I'm sorry, council member. I didn't have a chance to, I didn't have my pen out.
$1,030,040, and then $140,460 for the performance pay.
And that reflects that 88 and 12, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's basically the same thing
Yes, sir.
you put down. I just want to see it separate
Yeah,
for
transparency.
transparency
Yes, sir.
completely.
No problem. And
that's
it
the only
is
reason.
on that secondary as well.
Yes.
And we'll certainly include that going forward on the presentation going forward. Like I said, the budget committee had already met whenever you sent that email, so.
No problem. I just wanted it on record.
Yep, absolutely.
So I do also have an amendment that I'd like to propose. Is now the time to do that? Yeah, I would like to move the budget attached to resolution number 09-19-23-1 to restore the $200,000 to the enterprise challenge.
Okay, let me pause here real quick, and I guess I'd ask my city attorney.
Yeah, you need to act on the first motion.
One on the floor.
Yes. Vote
So-
on that one, then the
I'll blame her. So.
Yeah.
Y'all did not vote. Yeah, that is not.
So let's go back a step, just in our rules of order here. Since we do have one motion, I believe we need to take action on that motion prior to moving into the next one. So let me call for discussion on the motion to amend the budget, just to split out the payment scale, PFPs. Any discussion on that item?
No, I appreciate you doing that. I think that'll be
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, absolutely.
We do. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so item 7H passes with a 5-0 vote as per amendment. And then I would ask my city attorney, since we have this listed item as 7H and we have an additional item, what's the appropriate way to bring that back, sir?
Well, what you've done is you've made an amendment, and it sounds like we may have another motion for an amendment. And I don't know if that amendment's the same or not, but if you amend the budget a couple of times, I think I would go back and ratify H with those amendments, so it's clear.
Okay. So I'm curious, since we voted for the amendment, if it would be appropriate for Councilman Simpson to amend the amendment? No?
Add to
You're just amending.
Yeah, so you can just do another amendment, and then at the end, you have an overall vote for the budget.
ratify
as
both.
amended. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm following here. Okay, so Councilman Simpson, if you would make your motion.
Sure. I would move to amend the budget attached to resolution number 09-19-23-1 as follows, to replace the $200,000 and fully restore the Enterprise Challenge program.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second? So, Councilman Simpson, if you'd like to say anything before we move on, be happy to let you speak to that. And maybe.
Well, I think it has proven to be a good investment, probably one of the best investments that EDCs. I didn't ask the question of how this investment may compare to others, and so I think it's a good investment. There's not too much that is resources that are out there for small businesses in our community. This is one of the things that I think the ADC has done. It's a very unique resource, but obviously it's very valuable. I would like to see us maintain our investment in small businesses, which are actually the backbone of communities. While it's great to attract large businesses, as we do, that's part of it. But as small to medium-sized business owners that really form the foundation of not only the economy in our city, but the economy across the country. And I would like for us to be able to continue that support at the level that's been successful over the last 27 years.
Councilman Simpson, we appreciate the motion and then the sentiment behind it. I would just offer, Mr. Carter, we had said that we were proposing this as a requested change, and then would be happy to look at that increase going back in, because we had seen maybe 2 years previous that we didn't fully fund all of that. Now today's discussion was that it was fully funded in this current year. Maybe previous year wasn't fully funded. Didn't have all the applicants we needed to be able to hand out everything. So at the very least, if this motion dies here, we do have the ability to kind of spur our local community to know that this isn't just a set-aside amount of money that's going to be in there every year. And so we need to see community engagement. We need to see outcomes as stewards of these taxpayer dollars. And that it needs to continue to be something that not only are you pushing and you're driving for them, but that they're driving for you as well. So I hear what you're saying, Councilman Simpson. I also see the need to monitor that. And so, Mr. Carter, I would just offer that we're open for discussion as this continues throughout this year. This is a yearly budget, and it'll come back up here before we know it. And we're willing to look at it again.
I do know, in speaking to something else, I think before or after you, is that there was a couple of questions that were asked the last time I presented. I'd like to answer a couple of those questions, if I can. One of those had to do with if our board has a policy on how much debt that we could enter into and still feel the organization being comfortable. So we've asked the question of special, what is it, specialized finance? Is that Stevens? Yes. So we sought out how much bonding capacity that AEDC has. We have about $120 million in additional bonding capacity that AEDC has. Right now, currently, we have $150 million in commitment. 100 of that, 50 of that 150 is a future building that will be built for Albers Aerospace that would probably take up some of that $120 million in bonded debt. I hopefully that answer. I know Councilmember Tips, I think that was a question that you had asked me previously. I hope that somewhat answers that question.
Okay, and just so I understand, so we're about $150 million right now, right, in obligations.
Is in our obligations. It will be as of the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, so
by the end of this month.
So $270 million is roughly what the total figure.
That would be probably about as far as we could get out. Now we do have some cash in the bank that you could pay cash for some things that would, where you wouldn't have to bond that out. Sure. I mean, we have enough in there that you could, build that hangar.
Right. Yeah. You've got 63.
But then you would not have any additional funds, because I would anticipate we'll have around $51 or $52 million at the end of this month, because we have two $4 million commitments that we have to pay this month.
So we're down from 63 million, because we were at 63. Is that right?
Yeah. So it's going to be 50 something.
Okay.
Because we do have two $4 million commitments that we've got to pay.
Okay. So and I know this, we don't know what's coming, right?
That's
We have no
correct.
idea. We always want the big ones, right? I mean, we do want the big ones to come. In your opinion, I mean, are we in good shape? I mean, would you say?
We are in good shape. I mean, versus, other cities, you certainly don't want to compare yourself all the time to other cities, but we do have some capacity for additional big projects or small projects. But that's one thing that the organization is, long before I was here, was you always wanted to be ready if you had that one or two big projects. Obviously, we've had a couple of big projects this past year, but we certainly still have capacity for projects that are in the future.
Okay, and the $150 million in obligations and debt, like, what schedule are those on? By the way, is that some of that rolling off soon?
So some of those will roll off. We'll have some roll off this next year. We have a $6 million commitment to Bell Helicopter for their delivery center. That's probably not going to happen. We've been told. So there's $6 million in commitment. We will, at the end of next year, we will have the conversation with Texas Tech on see where we are on that commitment. We would anticipate that not all of that commitment we'll be responsible for. We'll have some of that come off. And then also those commitments also factor in that's the absolute, if they perform at the absolute best, at 100% of the location incentive agreement. And hardly any location incentive agreement are they completely going at the whole 100%. But we have to put that on the books because that is, I mean, we have to have that in as,
sure.
But in a conservative, estimation, we're probably not going to meet all that. So, not all of that's in there.
Okay. And what's the longest debt obligation or on that 150? I know.
Out of that 150, there's going to be some of those new commitments, CVMR and POB. Those are 10-year commitments.
Okay.
So
those are
at the time when we start paying, so that could be maybe 12 years or so, okay, whenever they get ramped up.
Okay. So that's
Am I saying that right, Doug? Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
And then we have some debt that's fallen off in 27. Then we have some debt that's fallen off in 31.
Okay.
So,
perfect. Okay. Thank
and
you.
And all that debt that we have that's bonded debt all has to do with Bell Helicopter.
Okay.
So.
Mr. Carter, thank you for those additional answers to
Thank
some
you.
previous questions. Was there anything else that you needed to?
No, sir. Appreciate y'all's consideration.
Mayor, I would like to, and I don't know how to do this, but I would like to go on the record of voting not in favor of the ADC budget without the replacement money. So I would like to change my vote to being a no on the approval of the ADC budget without the restoration of that.
Man, we are testing our skills up here today.
I don't think y'all
Sure.
voted on the amendment.
I don't
Y'all have
think
not
we-
voted on the
I don't
budget
think we
yet.
voted
Well-
on the budget yet.
So we have voted for the amendment, but then we have a motion without a second.
Okay.
And I think we can call that
Okay.
has died.
Got it.
And so now, since that has died, the question would be, did you want to do anything further before we ratify?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so
Yep.
you're good where you are. So at this point, I would ask if we could get a motion to ratify the budget as presented with the amendment. And I would ask do you need any specific language?
No, you've already made that
Okay,
specific.
so that's what I'm asking for, but I need someone to make that motion.
I move, sorry. Golly, bro. That's gonna kill me. I move to ratify and adopt budget or item resolution number 09-19-23-1 with the
As amended.
as amended.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
I can take that one. So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, so that motion passes with a 4-1 vote. And I would ask one final time, just a little follow-up with city attorney. Is there anything further on this that we need to cover?
No.
Okay, appreciate the coaching. Moving on, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter, appreciate you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you guys for being here. Item 7I, Miss Laura Stores is coming up for another reinvestment zone.
Just making sure we're in the right spot. So I have a few presentations on the next several items. So these are the annual resolution approvals for the upcoming fiscal year budgets. We've got tiers number 1 up first. And so I have very brief presentations on each one of these. So real quick, the highlights related to our tax increment reinvestment zone number 1, it's our Center City one. They have approved a budget for next year of $2,018,000, and of that, just over $1.9 million is anticipated to come from the taxing entity participation. You'll see City of Amarillo's portion is estimated around $613,000. Potter County's is estimated at $978,000. Amarillo College at $337,000, and the Panhandle Groundwater District at just over $14,000. Total expenditures are budgeted at just over $1.3 million, with $310,000 in community projects, $150,000 in Center City projects, just under $575,000 anticipated on the projected tax abatements, and just under $248,000 related to debt service payments. This budget has been approved by the Tiers Number 1 Board on August 10th, 2023. Of note as well, this tiers was formed in 2006, and the base year values were $139.5 million. You will see that has grown to our 2023 certified values of $292.7 million, and of that, $0.2 million is related to new improvements in the area. Are there questions that I can answer related to this resolution for approval of the tax increment reinvestment zone number 1 budget?
Questions, council?
Go ahead.
Okay. I kind of have an oddball question on this. So just asking is, when do you ever look at dissolving a tiers zone?
That's a great question. So this tiers, they were all created with a certain length of time. It was originally, this tiers was established in 2006, and it was set to terminate no later than December 31st of 2036. Then this past year, in December of 2022, City Council approved an ordinance extending the term of tiers number 1 by 20 years to terminate no later than December 31st, 2056. But it also updated the contribution rate, reflecting that during those last 20 years of tax increment reinvestment zone number 1, it would reduce the contribution down to 50% of the tax rate. So they have dates that they will terminate no later than. If there are still viable reasons to continue those, that could come forward with a request to extend, like we did back in 2022 related to this tiers. Otherwise, Andrew might be able to speak for another reason for it. Otherwise, you would just let it terminate when the expiration date is.
Okay. I wonder why we would extend something when it wasn't even close to. I mean, to me, that makes no sense.
It was done based on some of the outstanding goals and knowing that we would probably still have some big incentive requests that might extend past the remaining term. So a lot of the current agreements were 20 to 30-year agreements. So that at least allowed flexibility for the board and council to consider those longer agreements. Since it's been extended, we have not had any requests for long-term rebates, but that was really the reason why.
But we've extended ourselves over a 50-year period now?
Yes, so a 50-year total, but dropping it down to 50% increments. So in 2037, half of it goes back to all the entities.
Huh.
Yes, sir.
I don't guess I can do anything about that, can I?
Possible. I'll have to look at the other options as far as.
I mean, I
canceling
just
its zone
feel
early.
like when you're reaching out 50 years,
right,
most of us are going to be dead and gone, and who knows what's going to happen with this money.
Right.
And would you mind seeing if there's,
Sure.
I don't know if the rest of them agree, but I would just, for my own information,
know what the options are?
would like to see if there's other options that are out. I mean, I'm not out to beat anybody out of anything. I just want a little bit more control out there.
Sure. I'll look that up. No problem.
I guess is one of the advantages of extending it just for the issuance of debt, or does that come into play?
It's an option, yes.
Okay.
Using that revenue for debt projects. Yes, sir.
Further questions on this guy? Mrs. Storrs, you got anything else for us?
Nope. Any other questions from you?
Appreciate the update on that one and the presentation. Would entertain a motion on item 7I.
I move to adopt Resolution 0919232 as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Have a motion and a second on item 7I. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Item passes with a 4-1 vote. Moving on to item 7J.
All right, this item is for a resolution approving the proposed budget for the tax increment reinvestment zone number 2, which is the East Gateway one. Also, just a very brief presentation on this one. Total revenue in this budget is set at $516,000, all of which comes from those taxing entity participations. City of Amarillo is anticipated just over $163,000. Potter County is anticipated just below $260,000. Amarillo College, a little over $89,000, and then the Panhandle Groundwater District at $3,700. Total expenditures in this budget is $378,000, with $100,000 in community projects, $60,000 for projected tax abatements, and then $150,000 in debt service. This was approved by the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 2 Board on July 20th, 2023. Of note, the base year for this tiers is 2016, and it was $40 million. Plus, there was an expansion of the boundaries in 2020 of $1.4 million. And the 2023 certified values are coming in at $83.1 million. And of that, $1 million is from new improvements. Are there questions that I can answer about this?
Questions from council?
Have we ever thought about why AISD doesn't participate in any of the tier zones?
So they changed the state law a few sessions back where it penalizes them based on their state funding. So what we saw after that happen is a lot of ISDs across the state stopped participating. Okay. But technically they could, it just really impacts their state resources.
Have we brought it up to them?
I have not had a recent conversation with them, no. No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Further questions on item 7J? Hearing none. Anyone want to make a motion?
I move we adopt resolution number 09-19-23-3 as presented.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Simpson and a second from Councilman Sherlin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes with a 5-0 vote. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so this is item 7K, and this is consideration of a resolution approving the proposed operating budget for fiscal year 23-24 for the South Gateway Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 3. This is our newest one that was just established. And again, quick presentation here. Total revenue budget is $9,200, all of which is coming from the taxing entity participation. City of Amarillo is anticipated at $3,100, Randall County at $4,400, and Amarillo College at just over $1,700. Total expenditures are budgeted at $7,300, with $2,000 in professional services and then audit fees of $4,700. This was approved by the Tiers Number 3 Board on August 3rd, 2023. The base year value from 2022 was $28.8 million, and the 2023 certified values came in at $31.1 million of which 1.6 million is from new improvements. Is there a question that I can answer for you all?
I think we're good. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 09-19-23-4.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on item 7K? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes with a 5-0 vote. Moving on to 7L.
All right. This one is a resolution approving the proposed operating budget for fiscal year 23-24 for the Amarillo Potter Events Venue District. First off, I wanted to introduce Terry Wright for those of you that may not know him, and he is president of that board. Appreciate him being here. So quick presentation on this one. So total revenue budget is $4.1 million, and that's being funded by just under $1.2 million in vehicle rental tax. And then there is the 2% hotel occupancy tax that's just for this venue district. We're anticipating that will come in a little over $2.6 million. So on the expense budget, it is set just below $3.4 million. Of that, tri-state lease improvements are budgeted at $627,000. The tri-state management contract, which also includes the Amarillo National Center property insurance, is budgeted just over $603,000. There is event development out at the Amarillo National Center of $340,000. There is a line item for the Civic Center management contract of $398,000. There are Civic Center improvements of $615,000. You may remember we discussed during the city's budget process, and that's to go for football and hockey improvements over at the Civic Center. And then there is outstanding debt service related to the two initial projects that were approved by voters, which established this venue district back in the late 90s. And the outstanding debt service payment for this upcoming year is $785,000. This budget was approved by the Venue District Board on August 21st, 2023, and we also took it to the Potter County Commissioners Court on September 11th, 2023, and they approved it as well. And so it comes to you all last for your approval. Are there questions that I can answer about the Venue District or the Venue District's budget?
What you're talking about the debt service? What are they? What's it funding?
So yes, there's two outstanding debt issuances, and they are set to be fully paid off in 2045 and 2051. So they're still a ways out. So those were approved by the voters back in the late 90s, and it was to do projects to build the Amarillo National Center that's out at the Tri-State Fairgrounds, and also to do the north expansion on the Civic Center. So. Yes.
I remember now. Okay.
Yep. Other questions I can answer?
And the Civic Center management fee, what does that cover?
So the way state law reads related to these venue districts is voters can approve projects to be funded through debt issuances, and then with the revenue sources to support it. So in this case, it's the 2% hot tax and the 5% vehicle rental tax. There's also wording in state law that allows for basically the support of operations of those projects. So historically, we have two management contracts that are in place. One is paid to the city of Amarillo for managing the events and activities going on at the Civic Center, originally in just that north area. And then there's a management contract paid to to the Tri-State Fair Group in order to manage the events going on at the Amarillo National Center. So state law allows for those revenue sources to pay the debt, to maintain the facilities, to help operate the facilities, and then to support any of the related infrastructure to those projects.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Mrs. Storrs, the vehicle rental tax, is
Yes.
that the full amount, or does that get shared in any other way?
No, the full amount is going into it goes into our venue district.
So the full amount for the rental tax, vehicle rental tax, all goes to this one venue?
That is correct.
Okay, and then we share the 2% hotel
Yes.
hot tax?
Yes, so the city has a 7% hotel occupancy tax, and this is an additional 2% that is strictly for the venue district. And it only stays in place as long as the venue district is in existence.
That additional 2%?
That is correct.
And then how's that 2% broken out percentage-wise?
So that's a great question. So it first goes to support the debt. Then it goes, so it's a shared amount, and it pays for certain items, whether it's projects to improve the facilities, to operate the facilities, or to bring events in to support those, or to be conducted at those facilities. But based on the original projects, there is a 60-40 split at the end of it, where 60% is allocated basically over to a bucket for future use by out there at the Tri-State Fair area related to the Amarillo National Center, and 40% stays essentially in a bucket of reserves for use at the Civic Center. And that's based on the original split of the projects when the voters approved it. It was about a 60-40 funding.
So still just working with that same directive from
That is
the
correct.
original?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, with the intention of what the voters had approved back then. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from council?
I was looking at the budget, so the Civic Center improvement, I see the 615 for this year, but for the upcoming fiscal year, but this current fiscal year, 1.9 million, last year 2 million. What was that going for at the Civic Center?
Yes, so the 1.9 million was related to, they have an ongoing LED light replacement project over at the Civic Center. And I don't know if I have anybody here that could speak, but we can get you more information on that. The other one is related to upgrading several of the bathroom facilities over at the Civic Center. If you've been over there, some of those are in dire need of improvements. So that's what the 1.9 is going for towards in the current year. And both of those projects are underway as we speak. We are looking to get some rebates back, I believe, through Xcel Energy by installing those LED lights over at the Civic Center. So that's going to be a good win. And then going back to last year on the $2 million, I'll have to get that information to you. I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but I can get you all that information as well.
Because when I'm looking at the actuals, the 2 years before that, there was nothing that went to the Civic Center.
Yes.
I don't know if...
Yeah, and I can speak to that a little bit, or if Terry wants to, he may. Yeah, so you can come on up, Terry. One thing the city was kind of holding back, asking for a little while related to the Civic Center, because there was some projects in the work to try to bring forward some major changes over at the Civic Center. And so we're trying to kind of be cautious on what would that look like, and what if we were starting to change or improve something that may completely change with a big scope project. So, and then Terry, you want
to? The 2 million, a little over 2 million, was first on the north end of the Civic Center. We have a room that had a hardwood floor in it, or a hard floor that they laid in and took out over the carpet. That had to be replaced. In that same room, there were sliding interior doors, and those had to be replaced. They were worn out, and they were expensive.
Yeah. So what did you have to give up to? I mean, that's $2 million and $2 million 2 years in a row that you were not paying for before. I mean, what did you not get to do to have to pay for those improvements?
They set aside for a number of years their share, whatever the Civic Center needed, and had accumulated excess.
And in your packets, I don't know if y'all have this handy. Do you have this somewhere in your, I don't know if you have this in front of you, but on the budget, where if you go over to that far right-hand side, you'll see where we kind of track the revenues or expenditures that are directly related to the tri-state area or to the Civic Center area. And then whatever's not used goes down to that very bottom number, that ending reserve. Anything that's not used, it just sits there until it's needed at a future point in time. And so I think to Terry's point was the Civic Center did not ask for a few years and then had some larger requests. Also, hot tax has changed quite a bit after COVID. So we certainly saw a dip during COVID, and then it has gone up quite a bit, which has allowed more use of spending in those areas.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mrs. Storrs, thank you.
I make a motion. We approve resolution number 09-19-23-5.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on item 7L. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes with a 5-0 vote. We'll move on to item 7M. Mrs. Storrs.
All right, this is the last one, I promise, from me. So this item is considering a resolution to approve the 23-24 fiscal year budget and associated program of services for the Amarillo Hospital District. So again, a brief presentation, but I can answer any questions you all have. So total revenue is budgeted at just over $3.4 million. Of that, interest income is anticipated to come in around $3 million. And we work with outside investment managers to help us come up with those budget projections. The hospital district also receives tobacco settlement proceeds of approximately $375,000, and then they have some other rental income of $27,600. Total expenditures are budgeted just over $14.5 million. Of that, the largest amount goes to the indigent care contract that is in place of $7.7 million. And just of note, that is a flat amount through the end of that contract that expires in 2036. So it'll be that 7.7 each year. There are anticipated retirement plan contributions budgeted at $2.4 million. So real quick, a point of note related to the retirement plan. The Amarillo Hospital District has a frozen plan from back when they used to own Northwest Texas Hospital. So when they sold it off in '96, that pension plan froze because all of those employees then became universal healthcare system employees. And so, but the hospital district had to maintain that plan. It's just there were no new people coming onto that plan. So their goal was to have it fully funded by the end of the original indigent care contract that ended in 2021. However, UHS extended it out to 2036. This $2.4 million is anticipated to be the last contribution that they have to make into that pension plan. They actually have a special meeting tomorrow morning to discuss options to buy annuities instead for that pension plan to essentially terminate that pension plan. So that is a one-time expenditure that you would not see going forward in this budget. The next item there is for Texas Tech Health Sciences University, which is $1.7 million. Part of that goes to support pediatric subspecialty services, and the other piece goes to support some psychiatry services in our area. Tobacco-free Amarillo is budgeted with funding of $375,000, and that stays even with that tobacco settlement proceeds amount. That is something the hospital district has agreed to do, is pass along those tobacco settlement proceeds to the cessation and education efforts here in Amarillo through Tobacco-free Amarillo. And then there is public health funding of $2 million. We talked about this during the city's budget. Whatever public health cannot cover in grant funding comes to the Amarillo Hospital District for them to support it. So no city dollars go into our public health department. It is from grants, and it is this funding right here that you're looking at on the Amarillo Hospital District. And we do not anticipate this funding growing more than approximately, around 2% each year. So this $2 million is a pretty level funding going forward. Then there is another component of Amarillo Hospital District called the Local Provider Participation Fund. And we have a budget set for mandatory payment assessments coming from all the local hospitals. They contribute into this participation fund. We're anticipating this on the high end. We do not know what the rate's going to be set at. The state maximum rate is 6%, but this allows room to set that rate somewhere there or below. So those revenues are set with a budget of $55 million. On the other end of that, there are intergovernmental transfers related to this fund of $77 million. And what that would be doing is spending down prior assessments from the hospitals and any new assessments coming in. And those are essentially matching dollars into the Medicaid programs, and they come back to the hospitals. And so this budget was considered and approved by the Amarillo Hospital District Board on August 29th of 2023. And so it is now to you all to consider for approval on this resolution. Are there questions I can answer about the budget or Amarillo Hospital District?
On the indigent care?
Yes.
That was $7 million something?
7.7, yes, sir.
Yeah. Is that just for Amarillo, or does that cover the whole panhandle, or?
So it is for any indigent care funding, healthcare funding in the city of Amarillo and all of Potter County. So it's anyone that resides in those two areas. So if there is an indigent that lives outside the city of Amarillo limits, in Randall County, there is a different hospital district that covers those indigents. And this is all defined in state law. So it's all of city of Amarillo and all of Potter County.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions? No? You got one?
Nope.
Okay. Quick question on the intergovernmental transfers and the difference, $22 million in that.
Yes.
So you have mandatory participation.
We do, yes.
$55 million paid in from hospitals.
Yes, and that's on the high end. We anticipate it'll come in lower than that. This is just to keep the hospital district from having to bring forward a budget amendment mid-year. So.
And then you have the transfers that are going out.
Yes.
Back to the same hospitals.
So it goes to a state program, so a state Medicaid program, and then they pay that back into the hospitals, usually at a rate higher than what was paid in through the intergovernmental transfer. So it's a very favorable program for the hospitals.
Right. So the $22 million net difference there?
That is money that we collected in assessments in a prior year, but didn't spend it before the year end, so we're anticipating it'll be spent in a future year.
So that varies depending on what you had in reserves or
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep, that is correct.
So
and
that's
it also,
why you see that.
Yeah, and it also depends on the timing of it. So sometimes the hospitals don't request an assessment rate until later in the hospital district's fiscal year, but they want it to be paid out in installments, and so sometimes it actually overlaps into the next fiscal year. And so this is just paying it down. It's essentially stating, I mean, these are restricted funds essentially that can only be used for certain purposes, and so we always budget it. There's a small admin fee that is paid back in to the city of Amarillo for administering this program, but otherwise it all goes towards these intergovernmental transfers to support the hospitals.
Okay. And then if somebody was questioning this item,
yes,
tell me about the audit process. What
yes.
does it go through? How many steps? And who's watching all of these monies being transferred?
Absolutely. That's a great question. So we have an annual audit that is in conjunction, or it's about the same timing as the City of Amarillo's annual audit as well. We have external auditors that go in and they review all of, internal controls. They do sample test work. Actually, normally they look at almost all these intergovernmental transfers to ensure that everything is, there's proper documentation and backup for all the requests and all of the money. These are large dollar amounts. And so they certainly are looking very close at those. And then they issue an audited financial report and express an opinion on it. And so we have historically received a clean, unmodified opinion. But as far as monitoring these dollars, we do have investment managers. There's large dollars in the Amarillo Hospital District. We have third-party investment managers that manage the dollars associated with it, and then we also have separate third-party groups that essentially review how the investment managers are doing and report back to the board on a quarterly basis. And they have benchmarks that they report their performance related to, and so, and as needed, they recommend changes to the Amarillo Hospital District Board on how those investments are managed.
Okay, so you have internal and external audits
Yes.
going on those,
Yes.
On the transfers and the handling.
Yes.
And then on the $3 million, it showed interest, but you're saying that's interest and returns on investment.
Yes, that is correct.
But that's
That is
cumulative
correct.
altogether,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
However that fund was managed.
Yeah, that's all on because, again, the hospital was sold, back in '96, as you could imagine. That was a large amount, and it's been invested ever since. And this is part of those annual interest and investment returns that would be produced from those assets.
Okay, appreciate the additional explanation.
Yes, absolutely.
Anything further? Would entertain a motion.
I'd move to adopt resolution number 09-19-23-6 as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. With no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes with a 5-0 vote. Just two small ones left, 7N.
Yes, sir. And I'll be brief, so Beth Duke can come up here as well. She's got a report to provide you and a little more information about what she's accomplished with her board and membership and what they have planned for the coming year. But just to highlight this agreement, Center City, it's a public-private partnership. A lot of cities across the state have this kind of in-house. We've got a great partner here that started up on their own as a nonprofit. That gives them the ability to have members, to fundraise, to do things that we wouldn't have been able to do. So they're a great partner. As far as the term of the agreement, it's a one-year term as part of the budget, and it's for $120,750. You'll remember we discussed during the budget workshops that this was just going to be the administrative piece. Previously, there was an additional $70,000 from general fund that went to Center City to help fund their facade program. We're going to be working with the Tiers Number 1 board as an additional partner to help fund that piece of it, in addition to the streetscape grants that we also partner with Center City on. So that ends up saving the taxpayers or the general fund portion $70,000 instead of funding that like we have in years past. As far as the $120,000, that is a flat rate compared to last year. There's no increases proposed. So with that said, I'll ask Beth to come up here and give you a little bit more information, and we can both be available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. You guys get the Perseverance Award today for sticking with all this stuff. I know you do, much more than the city charter allows. So, I know by this time of the meeting you've had enough PowerPoints, death by PowerPoint, whatever. But I wanted just to bring you something you could take and look at and see how proud I am of the work we've been able to accomplish with your help and your partnership. Some of our milestones this year, that Center City was started back in 1996, and we became a Main Street city in 2002. And this year we received our 21st annual recognition as a Texas Main Street city. And we are also part of National Main Street. And this means that we meet or exceed the standards of the National Main Street organization of a thriving historic downtown. Now, as part of Main Street, one thing we have to do is submit quarterly reports on our reinvestment. And as Main Street managers, we often grumble about that, but I'm really glad that they make us do it, because the numbers to me are something that we can all really be proud of. Since 2007, when the Texas Main Street began the current reporting period, since 2007 to today, the private investment has been almost $260 million. The public investment, which includes AC, WT, city, county, all the federal government, almost $118 million. Public-private partnerships, which I'm the most proud of because they represent the partnerships between government, education, and private enterprise, and that is almost $230 million. The total of all of that reinvestment since 2007 is $643,535,251. And I think it's just really amazing because we didn't adopt the Downtown Strategic Action Plan until 2008. And to me, it really shows how far we've come. We had some other great milestones. The Barfield celebrated its second birthday. Many of you remember how it was an eyesore downtown for almost 4 decades. And today, Texas Monthly listed it as honorable mention as one of the best places to stay in Texas. And I'm so glad we didn't tear it down. Some other milestones: we completed our 28th season of High Noon on the Square, 8th season of Amarillo Community Market, 10th season of Jazztober. We participated in the Amarillo Area Foundation Panhandle Gives fundraising project, and we organized the annual Electric Light Parade and brought it back to Polk Street after the pandemic. We also have the Amarillo Cultural District, which was established in 2016 with the Texas Commission of the Arts. I was very proud this year that we co-sponsored the exhibit of the art at the Sistine Chapel in Sunset of the Arts, and also co-sponsored the dedication ceremony for the Route 66 water tower. There's just almost nothing we won't do to promote Amarillo. We also participated in the grand opening of the pavilion at the Santa Fe Depot, and thank you guys for voting that in. It's a wonderful new place to have events. So yesterday, Center City celebrated the opening of some of the newest construction on Polk Street. Residents will remember this was the old V.L. Taylor furniture store at 10th and Polk, and today it's a brand new building for the Harrington Philanthropy Center of the Amarillo Area Foundation. We were privileged to give them a facade grant through our partnership with you, and then also they're going to be receiving $50,000 in streetscape funding through the Center City Tiers. Other facade grant projects, and you'll find pictures of these in your book, a wonderful historic building at 109 South Buchanan that had sat empty for decades, the Innovation Outpost at AC, which is part of our continuing strategic plan to support higher education in downtown, a new monument sign there at 1000 Polk. Ours was looking pretty decrepit. A new pergola at Fillmore Lofts, which is our continuing push for more residences downtown, and a conversion to LED lights for the iconic Paramount sign. So those are just a few of our highlights. I'm married to my not-so-secret weapon, commercial photographer, so there's some photographs in there for you to enjoy. And if you ever have any questions about what we're doing or why we're doing it, we're just trying to follow the strategic plan and make downtown everybody's neighborhood. And I appreciate all the partnerships and supports, and we just couldn't do it without all of us working together. So thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you, Mrs. Duke. Council have any questions on this item, 7N?
No, sir.
Hearing none, just need a motion.
I move to adopt item 7N as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7N passes with a 5-0 vote. Our last item today is 7O. Mr. Carter coming up here to talk us through this one.
I just hope I can remember. I didn't bring notes on this deal. So had budget notes, but didn't bring notes on this. But I think I've got this. So this is to consider sale of real estate located at Airport Boulevard in Pullman. This item would authorize AEDC to sell approximately 254 plus acres, give or take 2 or 3 acres when the survey comes in, at $25,000 an acre to International Paper. The total sale would be approximately $6,350,000. In the purchase sale agreement is the option for AEDC if International Paper did not build a project within 5 years. If they did not agree to a location incentive agreement or did not break ground on this property within the 5-year period, AEDC would have the right to buy that, to purchase that land back at the same price that we sold it for, the $25,000 an acre times how many ever acres that is, 254 plus, minus closing costs that International Paper would pay for our closing cost if we had to buy that back. We would anticipate International Paper building a facility there. They have not yet determined what that facility is going to be, but they do have plans for Amarillo, for the Amarillo market.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Questions on item 7.0? Any on this side?
Does International Paper already have a location here? Do they?
Yeah, International Paper currently, it's a different division, but they have a distribution facility here. We actually have done a deal with them, I don't know, 10 or 12, 15 years ago, 12 years ago. So that facility is located on 24th Street.
Okay.
I make a motion, we accept item O on the agenda as stated.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on item 7.0. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone participating in our meeting here today. Would ask for one more motion to adjourn.
Yes, Mayor, I move to adjourn this meeting.
I second.
Got a motion and a second. We're adjourned. Thank you, guys. What'd you say?
I said, that's Mr. Jones down there.
Hey, just to pass along the compliment, Floyd told me, he said, this is the best budget I've seen in 30 years.
Good.